13 hits and scoring 7 runs, which was more than enough for lefty David Price, who tossed his 9th career complete game. Tonight, Jake Odorizzi goes to the hill in Game 2 versus the Twins. Tonight's Wednesday Showdown is brought to you by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. A big welcome to Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg for the middle game of this series. The Tampa Bay Rays continue their homestand, playing host to the Minnesota Twins. Hi again, everyone. With Brian Anderson, I'm Dwayne Stats. So good to have you looking in. Todd Callis will be along in just a moment. Big win for the Rays last night. They get back to 500, 7-3. They pound out 13 hits tonight. They try to get over 500 for the first time in 10 days, and they were happy to see those bats revived. And right in the middle of it, Matt Joyce, who comes into this game 3rd in the league in hitting, 6th in the league in slugging percentage.
Well, Matt Joyce historically has gotten off to great starts. This year, obviously no different. He leads the team in hitting. He's got that 347 mark, and all of his damage has come against right-handed pitching. He has tuned them up to a 395 average. His on-base percentage against right-handers is 500. He's been very good, looks more polished situationally, coming up, not afraid to take his hits out the left field while still maintaining the ability to turn on those soft pitches and the fastballs that are middle in. He will look to keep that rolling tonight.
See the numbers on Joyce against right-handers throughout his career. The fact that he's swinging the bat pretty well the other way is a very great sign for him getting even more playing time against lefties as well as right-handed pitching. There has been a vacancy here at Tropicana Field this year. Super Sam has been missing. No longer in a Rays uniform. He spent the spring in an Oakland A's uniform, but he shows up here as a Twin. Todd Callis with more on that.
visitor's uniform today. Before the game, Joe Madden was saying of the iconic catches, you almost have to put Foles in there against the White Sox. He mentioned the Willie Mays over the shoulder. Jim Edmonds, great catch in center field as an angel. And Sam Foles catch as we flash back to some great moments. Watch this one. Who will ever forget this as a Rays fan? This helped snap the Rays 0-6 start to that 2011 season when the Rays made it to the postseason in game 162. How about that? Tripping over the bullpen mound in Boston. Sammy with a diving catch. Sammy would throw out a runner at home plate as well last year on a great play. And how about these throws from center field and from left field? Foles was always accurate with his arm. And then how about the walk-off? This ended up being a triple with an air, and the celebration was on at home plate. We caught up with Sam before the game and asked him about his memories of being a Ray.
There are a lot. I mean, it's hard not to think of game 162 a couple years ago. That's one of the best memories and best moments in baseball history. So to be a part of that was pretty special. But there are other things. Just making the opening day roster a few years ago, my first opening day here, and just some of the catches I made and some of the moments I had on the field here and on the road too. I had some great memories. There are too many to list, but there's a few that definitely stick out.
Said one of his best Sabermetrics show. And tonight you can ask Dwayne and BA whatever you like by tweeting your questions to @SunSportsRays with the hashtag AskRays. BA will be off the phone and Dwayne will have been through his reading material at that point, and they will answer whatever question you like. There he is, Burt Blyleven, ladies and gentlemen, in the other broadcast booth tonight. We'll have plenty more on our Sun Sports telecast when we come back. It's the Rays and the Twins on a Wednesday. Get your questions in. It's still first pitch. Enjoy all the action. Go to Rizzy. Mike Pelfrey right around the corner.
We are just moments away from Rays baseball. Game 2 of the 3-game series with the Rays taking on the Minnesota Twins. Quick look at the starting lineup brought to you by your Southern Ford dealers. Brian Dozier leads it off, then Joe Mauer and Trevor Plouffe. Chris Colabello, the DH. Jason Kubels in left. Josmil Pinto catching. Chris Herman 7th in the lineup in right. Eduardo Escobar and Sam Fuld hits 9th. And the first pitch of this game from Jake Odorizzi is in there for a strike. First pitch presented by Pinch A Penny. 91 on the opening fastball from Odorizzi. 1-1. Jake making his first appearance against Minnesota. 4th appearance overall this year, with a record of 1-2 coming in.
Well, that sets up very well for Jake to be able to try to get the jump on this Minnesota lineup, much like David Price did last night. They have not seen him. They're a patient team by their very nature, so you would expect them to be in take mode early to see what he features.
And they have done their share of drawing bases on balls this year. Tops in the league at 97 coming into this game tonight. And what happened last night against David Price? 1 walk total.
And that's the way you kind of figured it was going to be. It's going to be very dangerous to sit back and try to wait out a guy like Price, because he fills the zone up. He has the highest percentage of first pitch strikes in Major League Baseball by a couple of percentage points. And so this is a guy that if you want to sit back and see what he has, you're going to sit 0-2 all night. And that's basically what happened.
2-2 to Dozier. Foul ball holds the count right there.
That was that little split changeup that's still developing for Jake Odorizzi, a pitch that he picked up working with Alex Cobb. You know, pitchers do that all the time, share information on grips, things that work for them. This is a pitch that Jake hopes long-term is a big one for him.
Left side, diving stop. Longoria from the dirt, and the throw is not in time. What a great effort by Evan Longoria, ranging to his left. And Dozier has an infield hit.
Now this is what makes Evan so good. Not only the ability to get to it, but knowing this was his only play with Dozier running a good internal clock. He did everything that he could, but Dozier able to beat it.
So Dozier, who last night had the first hit of the game for the Twins, a home run, has the first hit of the night for the Twins, a leadoff infield hit.
The difference was about 4 innings, though.
Yeah, and just a few feet.
Yeah.
Joe Mauer in the batter's box. Mauer off to a .256 start. He's been tough through the years on Rays pitching and loves to hit here. A ball, no strikes.
371 career, over 400 here. You know, he's another one of those guys that eschews the home run ball for using the whole field.
One and one. You see that list right there, the highest averages all time here at the Trop. Joe Mauer, the only guy over 400 here. Victor Martinez doesn't surprise you. David Segui used to wear out Rays pitching here. Bernie Williams and Cliff Floyd.
And that was impressive because he actually played here as a home player.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to really pile up the at-bats quickly.
Yeah, the Rays should have gotten him quicker.
Right.
Now 2 balls and a strike to count. Mauer at the plate with Dozier at first. Mauer 1 for 4 last night. The run batted in. Run scored. And he's ahead in the count, 3-1.
Well, this is obviously a huge pitch for Jake Odorizzi. A leadoff infield hit. One of the more dangerous hitters in the game. Forget the 250 plus average this year. And he's sitting pretty in a 3-1 count. Going to come up with something pretty good here.
Foul out of play. Rizzi coming off a loss to Baltimore a week ago. 6 days between starts. He gave up 5 hits, 3 runs over 5 innings in that outing. An infield hit by Dozier, and Joe Mauer with a full count.
Well, you can see right there Ryan Hanigan thinking long and hard about that call for the pitch. He called it. Jake said yes, and then he called time. A lot of thought being put into this. You see as he takes a look at the landscape.
Runner goes, and the pitch is tapped foul. We'll do it again.
Well, Minnesota going to try to push the envelope a little bit offensively here. Get Dozier started. Joe Mauer handle the bat, and obviously Ron Gardenhire, understands that he will be able to protect here with 2 strikes. Trust him to make contact.
Over to first, they picked him off. Dozier's picked off first. A quick move from Odorizzi. They had Dozier breaking on that prior 3-2 pitch, and Odorizzi picks him off here.
When I look at him, got him leaning. That's all it takes. That's what is amazing. The margin for error, just a slight lean, and James Loney, a great job of getting that right foot. Watch where he gets it. Gets it right back in the way. Forces Dozier wide. That takes more time. Tag is able to be made. That was well done all around. The throw, but James Loney taking out the route back to the bag.
Mauer hangs tough, fouling off that changeup.
Watch James Loney as he's getting ready to take this throw. He's in front of the bag, but watch the right leg. And he puts that right in the way, forces Dozier to have to go wide towards the back corner, and he's able to slack that tag down on it. That is well done.
Second pickoff for Odorizzi this year, and Loney gets at least an assist on that, as opposed to a putout.
Yeah, and talking about changing the dynamics of an inning. Now, there's still 2 more outs to get, but big difference. Leadoff runner aboard, potentially in motion in a full count with Mauer at the plate.
And now Mauer has extended this at bat. This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat coming up. And it will extend even longer. Odorizzi's had a nice little stretch early, getting off to a good start. Opponents just 2 for 24 against him the first time through. Gave up the infield hit here and then picked off Dozier. A real battle going on with Joe Mauer, and he finally strikes him out on the 11th pitch of the at bat. The changeup strikes him out.
Well, Hanigan wanted that pitch. He went to it before, fouled it off, goes to it here. You see the grip and the finish, and watch this late little movement down, and just squeezes it under the bat, under the swing of Joe Mauer. Great shot of Phantom Cam. Those fingers split over that baseball and then let it do its thing.
Here's the third baseman, Trevor Plouffe. Curveball that sometimes drops below 70. That one registered an even 70, but we've seen him in the 60s with that. 68. Strike call. Two and one. Bases empty with 2 gone. Time the curveball stays high at 68. 3-1.
That's the one that didn't curve.
Mm-hmm. Pop foul straight back. That's going to be out of play.
Let's take a quick look at the Rays defense as it lines up tonight. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. In the outfield, left to right, Zobrist, Jennings, and Myers. Across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Escobar, Forsythe, and Loney. Ryan Hannigan behind the plate.
3-2 popped up. First base side, Loney's after it, but he will run out of room. Do the 3-2 pitch again to Plouffe. And he gets him this time. Hannigan down to Loney to complete the strikeout. The pitch in the dirt. Bottom of the first coming, no score. By your Southern Ford dealers. Ben Zobrist leads off, then Desmond Jennings back in there, and Matt Joyce hits third. Evan Longoria, James Loney, and Will Myers down the middle. Logan Forsythe at seventh. He'll start at second. Batting in front of Yunel Escobar. Ryan Hannigan, the catcher, hits ninth.
Taking the mound tonight for the Minnesota Twins, right-hander Mike Pelfrey. He's looking to turn some things around. You can see 3 starts so far this season, 12 walks in 14 2/3 innings. Command has been an issue, and when it is, numbers tend to be ugly.
Pelfrey, in his second year removed from Tommy John surgery, was 5-13 last year. And off to an 0-2 start this year. First pitch, and Ben Zobrist takes it for a ball.
And his breakout, pitch-wise, is certainly reflective of Kyle Gibson. 80+% fastball, especially when he's behind in the count.
Two and 0. And in years past, he's thrown a few ground balls. He hasn't thrown that many ground balls this year.
No, he's at less than 40%. I mean, that's a high tendency to a fly ball pitcher. And you know, when he's got not an overpowering fastball, relies on downhill movement, and throws it as often as he does, he'd better be getting ground balls.
There's one, a chopper to Escobar, the shortstop. That starts the Rays offense tonight.
Now let's take a quick look at the Minnesota Twin defense, brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. In the outfield, left to right, Jason Kubel, Sam Fold, and Chris Herman. Across the infield, third to first, Trevor Plouffe, Eduardo Escobar, Brian Dozier, and Joe Mauer. Josemiel Pinto will be behind the plate.
There's Desmond Jennings, returned to the lineup last night. And that's a strike.
And he's got that similar body build to Kyle Gibson. Tall, lanky, drive the ball downhill, good late movement, use your infielders.
Low, 1-1. Yeah, he's 6'7". Out of Wichita State. 30-year-old right-hander.
Right pad Air Force Base. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. You're all over that.
All over that. First of all, visited Right Pad Air Force Base when I was younger. Awesome museum there. Phenomenal Air Force Museum. But then went to school at Wright State, which is right down the street. I'm very familiar with those.
The chopper, a foul ball. Jennings fouled that one off his foot as the ball bounded toward the mound. Pelfrey missed some time last year with a back strain. But the big challenge for him over the last couple of years coming back from the Tommy John surgery.
Because let's not forget, back in 2010, as a member of the Mets, a 15-game winner, ERA 3.66.
Yeah, over 200 innings, 33 starts.
It's a good full year's worth of work.
Cut right there by Desmond. Jennings back in the starting lineup. He had that little aggravated groin injury. Had 2 hits last night and a run scored. He went 2 for 5. Joe Madden has him back in the lineup tonight. Broken bat. The bat and the ball right up the middle. Hits the bag at second, the ball does. And the throw's not in time. Jennings has an infield hit. How about that? To see the barrel end of the bat end over end, following the path of the baseball right up the middle.
It's because he stops his swing right there. You see that. The follow through very little as that ball got in on him. The ball's going to go up the middle. A lot of distractions here. And then Brian Dozier realizes he's got to hurry. Throws flat-footed. The ball sails on him. Well, you had the bat coming back through the middle. You had the ball hit the bag, and then the second baseman throws flat-footed. That's an awful lot going on to get a base hit, but Desmond will take it.
Bat coming right at you there on Phantom Cam. Broken bat, base hit. Now Matt Joyce. There goes Jennings. Pitch is a strike. The throw high into center. Jennings up, headed for third, and Sam Fold's throw is wide. Jennings all the way to third.
Wow, and there's a lot going on that play, too. A good jump by Desmond Jennings and Josemiel Pinto on the throw. You'll see the jump here by Desmond. He's off and running. Now Pinto, an awful long windup on this throw, and that's why you see the Rays going right after him. We talked about his shoulder issues. That took an awful lot of time to get rid of that pitch, and then, of course, now he fires it into center field. This might be one of those nights where anybody that can will against Pinto.
Well, the Rays 14th in the league in steals coming into this game. That's number 6 on the year for them. Joyce is behind in the count. Missed the fastball up. Twins signed Pelfrey to a 2-year, $11 million contract. Their rotation a year ago had the highest earned run average in the major leagues at 5.26. Close, and it's 2-2.
And that fact was addressed this winter. They re-signed Pelfrey for 2 years. They bring in Phil Hughes on a 3-year deal. They bring in Ricky Nolasco to head things up on a 4-year deal. So
we'll see him tomorrow afternoon here. Three balls, 2 strikes. Well, so far this year, their starters with an earned run average of 5.76, higher than last year at 5.26. Ground ball over the mound is short. Escobar's throw in time, and Jennings crosses the plate. The Rays have a run, the first of the night.
A good job by Matt Joyce there. Productive at bat. Teammates give him some congratulations. Yeah, that's one of those things that often goes unnoticed in the box score. It's a ground out, 0 for 1, but battling with 2 strikes, he gets the run home. Run around third, less than 2, situational hitting.
So the bases are empty for Evan Longoria. Evan 3 of 6 in his career with a home run off Pelfrey. A ball and a strike. Two and one, another fastball out of the zone. Ground ball. Escobar's got it. The Rays are out, but they pick up a run. We head to the second, 1-0 Tampa Bay. get himself out of a little bit of a spot there in the first.
Now, leadoff single was turned into a pickoff of Brian Dozier. A little help from James Loney, and then an extended at bat. Joe Mauer, full count, punches him with the split change and does the same thing right there to Trevor Plouffe to end that inning in style.
How many times do you see a 3-batter inning result in a 25-pitch inning? That's what Odorizzi had right there. So it wasn't the typical 1, 2, 3. First pitch to Colabello is a strike. Chris Colabello, 22 runs batted in, leading the American League. He's third in the league in hitting. 0-2, a changeup. Odorizzi used the changeup to notch both strikeouts in the first.
Yeah, early going, he's really finishing that pitch well.
And he takes care of Colabello the same way.
I'll tell you what, when you look back and think about Jake Odorizzi's first start of the season against the Texas Rangers when he went 6 shutout in that game. Changeup, he started that game out. We talked about how comfortable is he going to be with this new pitch. Well, the first pitch of his season to Shin-Soo Choo, he dropped it, had a great amount of confidence in it. It was very effective. He had a nice outing. When that pitch is working, he can be very, very good. Spot that fastball to both sides, drop that occasional curve, and then try to put guys away with the change.
Yeah, opens with a curveball here at 69 miles per hour. It's 1-1. Well, he hasn't been shy about using that changeup here. The count is square, 2-2. The count is full. Rays play Kubel to pull on the infield as well as in the outfield, and he strikes out on the fastball. It's 4 consecutive strikeouts for Odorizzi. He changed up this time and went with the fastball.
Well, he's been using the fastball to set up the split change, and now he uses the change to then set up this fastball right here. After Kubel spit on a couple of those down in the zone, he rides up with the heater. Very nice mix right here in the early going.
Yusmeiro Pinto takes the first pitch, and it's a bit high, a curveball. Pinto hitting .239 with 4 home runs. It's one of the things the Twins like about Pinto, his power. And it's a development process with him behind the plate. Ball, 2 strikes.
So the other thing that he's shown is a discerning eye at the plate. He's walked in 8 straight games. You know, a lot of it is because of that power. Pitcher's tendency to nibble just a little bit, but still to keep his zone intact. Pretty impressive.
2-2. Yeah, that's a challenge for any hitter, particularly if he doesn't have a lot of protection behind him, to stay disciplined enough to draw the number of walks. And the count is full with 2 outs here in the second inning.
Well, 2 of those changeups by Odorizzi, and Pinto's been able to lay off of both of them. This is where he went fastball on Kubel. What's he going to do here?
And a cut and a miss. Came back for the change. That's 5 consecutive strikeouts. Strikes out the side.
situation yesterday where one of his players struck out after there were actually 4 balls issued to him during an at-bat. Paulette, Davis, Joseph all want to know on our Ask the Announcer Web Wednesday, what are your guys' thought about that blown review last night?
Make the point, pitch by pitch. That made the count 1-1 right there. 2 balls and a strike. Here's a pitch that created a little bit of indecision. That was a ball, 3-1. He didn't make contact on that one. You see Escobar checking right there with the plate umpire. Now they have to get together. First pitch to Loney is in there for a strike underway here in the second. You know, the interesting thing about that, aside from the fact that he struck out on a 4-2 count, the comments by Samuel DeDuno after the game, he knew that that pitch that created a little doubt, he knew that the umpire had called that not a foul ball, but a ball. But the strange thing, in a ground ball for Escobar at short, Loney's out number 1. But it really didn't make any difference because either he was out on strikes or he had walked. It could not have been, couldn't get to the decision they got to logically.
No. The bottom line is there is not a scenario that can be created that warranted another pitch after the replay.
That's
it was
right.
Either ball 4 or strike 3. If you want, and Major League Baseball, how about Major League Baseball comes out with their, releases a statement saying, well, there was some confusion. They thought it was a foul ball. Okay, that's a cheap way out, because guess what? If that pitch in question was a foul ball, then the next pitch was strike 3.
Yeah.
So your result was in the first 6 pitches. Once you went to replay, there is nothing, not a scenario that exists that warranted another pitch. Period. End of story. They dropped the ball.
So how about just saying, look, we're all humans.
Yep.
We make a mistake once in a while. A mistake was made. Sorry about that. We'll try never to have that happen again to the best of our ability. And now let's go forward. How about that?
There's nothing wrong with that. And that was what you expected when they come out with this statement that, there was a foul ball and it was confusing. Okay, if then that was a foul ball, then the next pitch was strike 3. So, they zooed it.
Well, it made them appear as if they're thinking, well, people just aren't going to pay attention, and we'll see if this works.
And you know what? Outside of this market, I don't think many people do. They talk about it a little bit, and then it goes away into, Neverland and not to be discussed again.
Well, not to get too heavy about this, but it's all part of information overload across the board, not only in the game, but just across the board.
Yeah.
There's ball 4 to Myers. So Myers is aboard with 1 out here in the second inning. Rays got a run in the first. Logan Forsythe will be the hitter.
Number 10, Logan Forsythe.
The Rays face the tall right-hander Mike Pelfrey. The Rays drafted him out of high school, and he decided to go to Wichita State instead and had a great collegiate career there.
Wichita State, a baseball factory. A lot of very polished ball players coming out of that school, the Shockers. The basketball team started making some inroads. How about that? Undefeated this year. So that 8 or 9 seed Kentucky got a hold of them. The 8 seed Kentucky.
It's a great community. There's a great baseball tradition there at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. The National Baseball Congress tournament there. Joe Madden played in that.
Well, that's right. That's their code word, Wichita, because he said that he had served time there.
That's right. Served time.
That's pretty good.
1-1.
But not joint.
That's a great little ballpark. Redone a couple of times. Myers at first with one out. Down to first. Mauer, Escobar one, back to Pelfrey, safe. Forsythe beats the throw back.
Well, two things. Joe Mauer knew down there at first base, and being right-handed didn't help either. But as he goes to get this double play started, he's got to turn his body all the way to the inside. It takes too much time until he finally delivers it. And then back. Those left-handed first basemen, they feel that and throw it almost in one motion, get that ball on its way quicker. And it gives them a better chance to finish off the double play, something Minnesota couldn't do there.
Well, here's Yonel Escobar. Joe Madden floated the idea that somehow in the box score he should still get a walk. He should be penalized at his batting average for that situation last night. Another ground ball, and Dozier makes the play on this one. The Rays will leave a man. A lot of balls hit on the ground through the first two. Rays lead 1-0. Brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. AT&T, mobilizing your world. Visit your local Checkers for the $2 shrimp and fries box. And by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Jake Odorizzi on the hill. He's faced 6 men through the first 2 innings. Has struck out the last 5 he has faced after giving up an infield hit to Brian Dozier and then picking him off first. Herman takes the pitch for a strike.
It'll be interesting to see if this Twins lineup starts to try to attack Jake a little sooner than they may have liked because of that changeup. That pitch has been very, very effective here in the early going and helping him rack up those strikeouts. Hitters, when they start to see that happen, they try to get out there, be aggressive, not get to 2 strikes so they don't have to deal with it as much.
Ball, 2 strikes. Change up right there, fouled.
Well, here you go. You see it 2 or 3 more times.
Five consecutive strikeouts, 4 coming on the changeup. He got Kubel on the fastball. And a line drive into center field. That's off the 1-2 pitch, off speed, a change.
Well, that's the development of that pitch for Jake Odorizzi. We've seen a number of them with a good finish, bottoming out as they get to the plate. Now watch this one stay up. Not up around the waist, but just doesn't have that same finish. Kind of floats in there and stays in the hitting zone where Herman could make a good pass at it.
It's a nice looking swing right there by Chris Herman. He's been a catcher and an outfielder with the Twins and has hit in the minor leagues. He's had some pretty impressive numbers down there. 26 years old. So he's aboard with a leadoff single. Eduardo Escobar. Pitch is outside to Escobar. Twins got Escobar from the White Sox. One and one. Jake allowing his second hit of the night. Sam Fuld is on deck. One and two. Escobar 278 right now. Last year, dividing time between their AAA club Rochester and the Twins, he hit over 300 in the minor leagues. 236 with the Twins. Into left center. Zobrist making the call. So Herman heads back to first. 1 on, 1 out. And Sam Fuld makes his return to Tropicana Field. Sam getting a warm reception here at Tropicana Field. Non-tendered by the Rays last year, and he went to camp with the Oakland A's and had a good spring training. Wound up with the A's, and then roster difficulties there. Got caught in the numbers game. Eventually signed on with Minnesota. 200 at Oakland with a home run and 4 runs batted in, and 2 triples in his time with Oakland. 1 to count to him right now.
Well, Sam Fuld is one of those guys that you can pencil in. You can pencil him to the lineup to start the game, pinch hit him late, pinch run him, put him in for defense. Always know what you're going to get out of him, and that's why the fans here appreciate his all-out style that he brought to the Rays, and not with Minnesota.
Yeah, all-out style is exactly right. He was diving, falling down, and crashing into things all the time playing for the Rays.
I mean, these forearms, shins, everything tore up all season long.
Well, take a look at some of this. I mean, that's just vintage Sam Fuld. What a great catch that was down in the bullpen. How about this one at Fenway? It's a high fly ball back into center field. Jennings back and makes an over-the-shoulder catch on it. And Herman will head back to first. Fuld the second out of the inning.
Now he's going to have to go back to the dugout and do 15 push-ups.
Second baseman, Brian Dozier.
Sam Fuld trying to get down through that baseball. He hit it well, but that is a big part of the field out there. There's another one of those changeups that stayed up in the hitting zone. You know, and that's, again, that's part of that learning curve with that pitch for Jake. Some have been very, very good. Others have not done as much.
Talking with the Tom Brunansky, their hitting coach. The same thing you were talking about. Location of the pitch, up a bit.
And now give me 15 for hitting the ball in the air.
A ball, no strikes to Brian Dozier. A little bit wide. Herman at first. He's singled into center. He's there with 2 outs. And a 2-0 count to Brian Dozier. Three and nothing. Now we're on deck. We'll face him leading off the 4th. And upstairs, ball 4. Dozier walks. And Odorizzi, who has just given up his first walk of the night, will have to face Mauer with 2 men on base here and 2 outs in the 3rd. Well, we'll take a look at our Toyota trend. You see the first time through for Jake, excellent. And then it gets much tougher the second and certainly the 3rd time through the order.
That's part of the maturation process as a pitcher. The 083 tells you he goes out with a good game plan and executes. The 2nd and the 3rd time through the lineup tell you all about making in-game adjustments, something that we saw David Price do in last night's game flawlessly, and that's what allowed him to complete that game. And that's just the things that you learn as a pitcher at this level. You've got to constantly be changing your sequences to hitters, trying to get them out different ways.
2-0.
You see some guys that, coming out of the bullpen, they're going to face a guy one time for 1 inning. They let her rip, get their guys out, and that's it. But as a starting pitcher, you've got to get the same guys out 3, sometimes 4 times. That presents a completely different challenge in and of itself.
And he faces Mauer, who, as we told you the first time up, is as good as any hitter the Rays face here at Tropicana Field. He's had more success than anyone else when it comes to average. Counts 2-1. This is the first time in the series the Twins have had a hitter up there with runners in scoring position. Mauer coming off an 11 pitch at bat in the 1st inning. Takes it the other way. That's going to slice foul. And it's a 2-2 count. It's Trevor Plouffe, the 3rd baseman, on deck. A key spot for Odorizzi here against Mauer in the 3rd. The Rays protecting a 1-run lead. Liner into left. Zobrist reaches up to make the catch, and that'll take care of Minnesota. Twins lead 2. Rays lead by 1.
intense rivalry between the Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees. Guys, remember a couple of starts ago, Michael Pineda against the Red Sox. They thought they saw a lot of pine tar, but nobody actually had them check on the hand. And tonight, they look around the hand, the glove, and eventually they say, wait a second, what's on the right side of your neck right there? And they say that is pine tar, and you are ejected. So John Farrell has Michael Pineda ejected, and he is out of the game for using a foreign substance. Had a little pine tar on the neck, guys. That'll heat things up in that Red Sox-Yankees always intense rivalry.
Yeah, and how did that get there?
I mean, you got to be a little bit more discreet. I mean, the first time it's gobbed all over your hand, okay. Now you just slop it onto your neck?
Well, he touched his neck with his hand.
Well, I mean, listen, we all understand that there are from time to time some substances, but good Lord, I mean, it looks like an oil slick on his neck.
The first time he said it was just dirt. He has a dirty neck.
Well, mix in a shower then, but that seemed to be a little stickier. I just love, too. I love to just put your finger on it, swab it, you're gone.
Yeah.
It'll load up your neck.
The Yankees going to lead the league in having pitchers ejected. We saw that one here, Joe West.
Yeah.
Ejecting Cesar Cabral. Hey, there's a base hit for Ryan Hanigan. Well, we go back to April 10th, and there you see Pineda then.
Where did it go, D-Wayne?
Well, he took your advice. Took a little shower. He got rid of all that on his hand, but forgot a spot on his neck, apparently.
And that was almost 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Jeez.
Ben Zobrist and takes a pitch low. Hanigan is opened with a single into center. Ground ball, chopped to first, fair. Out there, high throw to second. Ball loose. And Hanigan is safely in there. Zobrist out on the chopper to Mauer. The Rays have Hanigan now in scoring position.
Well, nice job by Mauer getting to this close to the bag. Now they get a tag. The throw sails high. And you could see if that ball was able to be held onto by Escobar, they had Hanigan. High throw, snow cone on the catch. And on the tag, the ball pops loose.
Well, here's Desmond Jennings, who scored the run for the Rays in the first, trying to get Hanigan home in the third. One ball, no strikes. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. Rays starting this day, running third in the East, 2 back of New York. It's the Yankees, the Blue Jays, then the Rays, followed by the Orioles and the Red Sox. Ball 3 is low. Well, we've seen a lot more ground balls in this game for Pelfrey than the Twins have seen in his other starts. And he has been primarily a good ground ball pitcher most of his career. Just walked Jennings on 4 pitches. So 2 men on with 1 out. Flex your fandom with the all-new Rays Flex Packs. These 3, 6, or 9-game packs offer huge savings, great member-only rewards, and special promotions throughout the season. Select any games you'd like to attend to purchase your Flex Pack. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. And Joyce, a run batted in on a ground ball his first time, his 11th RBI of the year. Big cut at the fastball, strike one. The Rays try to cash in on another opportunity.
This has been an ongoing problem for Pelfrey too, the walk and being hurt by it. They've continued to climb in his 3 starts.
The ball bounding away from Pinto. Over to third goes Hannigan. Jennings stays put at first.
I'll tell you what, Ryan Hannigan made the correct read on that. That ball in the dirt, bounding away from Pinto. We'd like to see Desmond down there at second, too. That ball far enough away. Pinto's, there's no way he can recover and get anybody, but a nice read out there by Hannigan. It's over to third.
So now Desmond's over at first, thinking he'd like to be at second.
You know, he would, and you just wonder, too, with the groin issue, if it's just a case of, you know what, let's not overdo it.
Yep. Well, Joe Maddon talked about not playing him, not starting him anyway, after last night's start.
Let's take a look at it. Not even being held on, the ball in the dirt. And see, there's just a little bit of indecision right there, and Desmond does the safe thing. But that could play into it, too, because that's one of those, you got to be real careful. This guy's game is built around those legs and that speed.
There he goes. 2-1 is fouled back, so he was trying to get to second base after staying put over there.
That was an angry steal. That was like, I should be over there. I'm going to make it there one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, you just knew what he was thinking.
Yeah.
He wanted to be at second base.
Well, and, you know, they also sold that, you know, early in the game. Ben Zobrist. Or, excuse me, that was Desmond. Second.
2-2. Fly ball, center field. Sam Cole there to make the catch. The tag. Hannigan will head to the plate. And Joyce has driven in both runs for the Rays tonight.
Allen gets another hand from his teammates, another productive at-bat, and those are the little things that the Rays really put an emphasis on in spring training. Fundamentally sound baseball. Ryan Hannigan getting a good read on a ball in the dirt, moving up 90 feet, is then driven in by Matt Joyce on a fly ball to center field.
You know, Hannigan had a nice little run around the bases there. You know, he got into second. They tried to make him the backside of that double play and was tagged with the ball popped loose. But he did, within the rules, within the law, ran a straight line to second. Tried to fan that jersey out a little bit.
He went with the peacock approach.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
No, make yourself bigger.
Yeah.
More of a target.
Evan Longoria taking a pitch outside, so he winds up going to third on the wild pitch and then scoring the second run for the Rays. He's a heads-up guy. There's no question about that. When all you have to do is watch him catch and do those things like running the bases. That's a strike on the appeal down to Ted Barrett, the crew chief.
I don't know about that. This ball runs in on Evan. You see him get things started. Let's take a look on where they end. Well, that's what Ted Barrett saw and said too far.
1 ball, 1 strike. the plate. It's 2-1. And an eye on Desmond at first. Rays picked up an unearned run in the first. They have another run here in the third. In time, that's a no pitch. You see Pelfrey holding the ball out there on Jennings at first, and finally long enough that Longoria requested time, and it was granted. Count remains 2-1. There goes Desmond. Pitch taken for a ball. He's going to go in standing up. No throws. It rolled away from Pito. So Desmond does get to second on his second stolen base of the game.
I'll tell you what, you see the good jump again, and a great pitch to run on. A ball off speed pitch in the dirt. Goes in standing up. Don't get many of those.
3-1 to count on Longoria. And ball 4 is inside. Third walk of the night given up by Pelfrey, who has averaged almost a walk per inning this year.
Just too many opportunities for the opposition. Not getting enough ground balls. He's kept the ball on the ground tonight for the most part, but the walks are not going to help. The Rays have been smart, good on the base paths, and that's what's led to this 2-0 lead. And as you can see right there, they forced Pelfrey to work hard, and that's not exactly the breakout that you'd like to see. More balls than strikes into the third inning.
There's James Loney. The pitch off the plate in. A ball and no strikes. Well, the Twins have had a rough go of it. The last 3 years they've averaged 97 losses. They were 66 and 96 last year. And to find a run in futility like that in this franchise's history, you have to go back to when they were the Washington Senators in the mid-50s. 2-0 the count. And starting pitching has been a major concern here, as we discussed, at least touched on a little bit earlier. And Pelfrey off to a rough start this year. Ball 3. Pelfrey wants to get rid of that baseball. Would not find a strike in that baseball and flipped it toward the Twins dugout. A 3-0 count on Loney. Oh, there's a strike. 3-1.
Didn't have to be. You know, what we're seeing here from Pelfrey is, Dwayne, you talked about early on the fact that he's 6 feet 7 inches tall. There's a lot going on with him mechanically, and when one little thing gets out of whack, it's tough for him to right the ship.
Loney up in the count. Line shot to center, but Fold will be there. He hit it hard. Sam Fold made the catch in center, and the Rays settled for one. They lead 2-0. We continue to have Phantom Cam available throughout this homestand. Some great shots again tonight through the first 3 innings, and the Rays have a 2-0 lead. Jake Odorizzi, 61 pitches, a few more pitches than he would like, but he has 5 strikeouts. He's allowed a walk and 2 hits. And the first pitch to Plouffe is a strike away from the right-handed hitter. 0-1. One and one. Jake, 24 years old. Inside, 2-1. Three and one. Bruce Colabello is on deck. Big power there. And that's ball 4. A leadoff walk here in the 4th inning. Bring mom out to Tropicana Field. Enjoy a fun Mother's Day together on Sunday, May 11th. The Rays take on the Indians, and the first 10,000 women receive a Rays sun hat featured and presented by Bayfront Health. Sundays also featured lots of fun family activities courtesy of the Tampa Bay Times. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS. Here's Colabello. The pitch is too high. Rizzi struck him out on a changeup the first time. Colabello homered a 2-run home run last night in the 4th inning off David Price. Shoots it into deep center. Jennings all the way to the wall, and this one is gone. He's done it again. A 2-run home run for Colabello to tie the game at 2. You know, last night Price struck him out on a cutter in the 2nd, and in the 4th he hit a home run off a cutter. Tonight Odorizzi struck him out on a changeup in the 2nd, and he hits this one out. A change to center.
And another one of those changes. I mean, we've seen some very, very good ones, and we've seen some that just kind of have floated in there and done absolutely nothing. And Colabello, who is absolutely, you know, had his eye out for that pitch as bad as he looked in his first at bat, got one that hung. And he's a strong man. We saw that last night. That ball up. They roped off those seats out in left field deep.
Kubel misses a fastball, strike 1. Well, you see a guy off to such a great start, and you think, wow, he spent 7 years in independent league baseball, finally getting a chance.
Oh, and making the most of it. Still leading the American League now, 24 RBIs. When you think about that too, the pitch recognition, you know, that changeup that Jake throws with those fingers split has that tumbling action, that knuckling action. So out of the hand, when it's elevated like that, easier to pick up. And then when there's no late action on it and it's not taking a dive down towards the dirt, it becomes very hittable.
Lifted into shallow left center. Zobrist in, Jennings in. That ball's going to fall for a base hit. Kubel on a 1-2 pitch drops that one in among 4 Rays defenders.
When you wonder how that's possible, that ball was up in the air for a long time, but you see how far they're spread. And Forsythe's got to go a long way. Here comes Escobar, and no one able to get there. That's a frustrating hit to give up. So
a walk, a home run, and now a base hit. Odorizzi gets a visit from Jim Hickey.
Let's go back and take a look at that delivery. You can see right there. There is the split, the changeup that Jake features, and look, just no action on it. Doesn't have that tight spin, so it becomes recognizable. And Colabello lowers the boom.
Conference breaks up. Pinto, the catcher, steps in. Kubel at first, nobody out in the fourth in a tie game. This one shot up the middle, a fastball, and a base hit into center. 4 consecutive base runners have reached to open the inning.
Well, and for all of these hitters, this is that second time through the lineup. This is where Jake has had some problems. As he goes through second and third time, hitters start to make adjustments. Now it's up to him to readjust against them. Right now they've got the jump.
Herman singled on a changeup to center in the third inning. He's after the high fastball and misses. Strike one. Got him to chase.
Well, and you know what that is? That's a byproduct of this Minnesota lineup saying, you know what, if he's going to feed the fastball in there for strike one early, take a rip at it. You know, if you're going to take that fall behind, then all of a sudden the split comes in, and they've seen enough good ones that they remember it. Pinto went right back up the middle on a heater, and there Herman chases.
Foul back. A fastball takes the count to 0-2. Two on. Odorizzi looking for the first out of the inning. It's 1-2 strikes. Herman out of the Houston area, went to Tomball High School and wound up playing at the University of Miami. Twins drafted him in the 2009 draft. Bounces it foul. Rays got a run in the first, a run in the third, and the Twins have scored twice in the fourth, and they have a major threat following a 2-run home run by Chris Colabello. It's 78 pitches so far with nobody out in the fourth. Long first inning, just 3 hitters, but 25 pitches in the first. We'll take the count to 2-2. Count is full.
Well, this is what this team does. They came into play seeing more pitches per plate appearance than any team in baseball, and they have certainly done that here tonight. 80 pitches.
It's out of play.
And you wonder, you look at Jake's 3 starts. They've been 95, 94, 95 in the number of pitches. And he is rapidly closing in on that number.
Yeah, we're going to start to get a little movement in the Rays bullpen here with this pitch count over 80. Nobody out in the 4th. And Herman fouls another one back. And a good cut of a fastball. It's Brandon Gomes up in the Rays bullpen now, just beginning to throw. And ball 4 will load the bases. The inning started with a walk. This walk loads the bases with nobody out in the 4th. There's the breakout tonight. That pretty much stays in line with what we've seen in the past.
3 out of 4 already, a couple runs, but the 3 walks are what really hurt those free base runners. But that's something that this lineup, now sitting at 100 walks on the season, that's what they do.
Bases loaded with no outs. Eduardo Escobar, switch hitting shortstop at the plate. And he comes out swinging at that fastball. Strike 1. Well, you get a pitcher in this situation, you figure you're going to get something good to hit. And he took a big cut.
It's a little bit too quick.
Upstairs, 1-1. Jake worked 5 innings at Baltimore, 5 the outing before that at Kansas City, 6 innings against Toronto. Out of all that, 95 is his high pitch count in the first 3 starts. One and 1 to Escobar. Pop foul, out of play, third base side.
I got a chance to go for that strikeout. Firmly ahead in the count at 1-2. You can see the Rays, by their defensive alignment, playing for the opportunity at a double play. Doubleheader. No. Give up that run to get 2 outs.
1-2. He tried to get it to come back. It stayed in, and the count is 2-2.
They continue to try to pound Escobar in with that fastball.
Sam Fuld is on deck. A 2-2 count to Escobar. Fly ball back into right. Myers is there to make the catch. Tag at third. Kubal's going to score. Pito goes to third. Herman remains at first. And Escobar's sacrifice fly will give Minnesota a 3-2 lead now. So Escobar gives the Twins the lead, and Joe Maddon comes out of the dugout. Sam Fuld due up for the Twins. Pitching change coming. 5 hits so far, 3 runs, and he leaves with men at first and third. 88 pitches on the night for Jake. And the call to the bullpen by Fiat brings on Brandon Gomes.
Brandon on for the 10th time. Comes into a situation here, first and third, 1 out, a left-handed hitter coming to the plate, but we've seen an awful lot of Brandon Gomes and the cutter. It's been a big pitch for him to both righties and lefties. Try to use that here to get some weak contact from Sam.
Sam Fuld steps in with men at first and third. Fuld in a key spot here with the Rays losing the lead and the Twins trying to add more. The pitch is a strike. Saw Fuld go after a pitch up in the third inning. Hit the fly ball to center. There's a man at third with 1 out right now. It's Pinto, the catcher, the base runner. Herman's aboard at first. One and one.
This game has taken a turn quickly. This Minnesota lineup forcing Jake up near 90 pitches through 3 1/3 when early on it looked like he had it all working. At one point had struck out, what, 5 in a row through the first 2 innings?
Started strong, but the second time through ran into problems. It's out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the deeper the inning went, the more he seemed to have issues with command of his pitches.
Yeah, and that was the downfall. You go back to the beginning of this inning. You know, you start out with a walk to Plouffe, a changeup that hung to Colabello, Kubel, base hit. Pinto jumps on a first pitch fastball, and a lot of deep counts. Again, up near 90 pitches. They went to work.
There's a liner, base hit into right. The run will score. Pinto crosses the plate, making it 4-2 as Sam Fuld drives in a run with a line drive base hit. First and second now in a 2-run ball game.
Well, Brandon coming in with a cutter here, and watch Sam pull his hands in. This ball cutting not quite in where he wanted it. Sam's able to lean into it and shoot that ball out into right field. Drives home another Twins run.
So the Twins have put up 4 runs in the inning, still only 1 out. That was the sacrifice fly. And here we are back to the top of the order. Brian Dozier takes a strike. Dozier has been on twice. Singled in the first, walked in the third. Ground ball just outside of third, back of the bag. 0-2. So Gomes trying to put a stop to this in the 4th. One of his inherited runs has scored. Run charge to the account of Odorizzi. Ball, 2 strikes. It's too low. 2-2. Gomes last worked on Sunday in the Yankees series Gave up a couple of hits in a third of an inning in relief of Cesar Ramos.
Boy, this bullpen is going to get taxed tonight. They got to find a way to get 17 outs if this game only goes 9.
Pitch popped up. It's Escobar on the infield fly. Dozier's out number 2.
You know, that makes what David Price did last night even bigger. He saved that bullpen after the off day, throws a complete game. So you do have a fresh pen, and they're going to be worked tonight.
Yeah, there's a quick turnaround with tomorrow afternoon's game, the wrap-up game of this series. So that'll be here before you know it, before the Rays then hit the road. Joe Mauer becomes a key hitter in this game right now, with the Rays trying to keep the deficit at 2. And Mauer steps in with 2 Minnesota runners aboard. Mauer has struck out and lined out. And a little late right there, strike 1. Snap throw behind the runner at first. And on one hop, Loney had his normal position staked out at first base. Hannigan throwing behind Fold.
Right here, the quick snap throw, and there is nobody home. Sam Fulham's took it to shin.
You got to tag him. You can't just hit him with a thrown baseball. Herman at second and Fold at first. Blocked by Hannigan. Mauer, the 9th Minnesota Twin to bat in the inning. He's got a run in the first, a run in the third. The Twins have put up 4 runs in the 4th inning. Mauer takes this one low and in.
You want to talk about a lineup doing its job. This Twins lineup up and down, especially second time through, now working its way third time through. The Rays pitchers have recorded 11 outs, and it's taken them over 100 pitches already. 16 more to go.
Ball 4 will reload the bases. So a walk to Mauer.
Number 24, Trevor Plouffe.
He takes over at first, Fold up to second, and Herman at third. And Trevor Plouffe becomes the 10th batter of this inning. And he opened the inning with a walk. Including the walks they've drawn tonight, 101 bases on balls for Minnesota, leading the American League. There's a pitch taken low. shallow left. Zobrist and Escobar out making the call. Yunel Escobar grabs it. Twins leave the bases loaded, but they score 4. The first 2 coming on the home run by Chris Colabello. It's 4-2 Minnesota, mid-4.
But the Rays are 9-4 when they go up against righty starters like Mike Pelfrey, compared to 1-6 against lefties. Which brings us to an Ask Rays Web Wednesday question, Dwayne and BA. Adam D wants to know, what do you make of these early season struggles against the Southpaws?
Well, there's no question that the Rays have scored almost 2-1 against righties as opposed to left-handers. I think they're averaging around 5 runs a game, 4.9 against right-handed starters, and 2.6 against lefties. Lefties just a lot craftier than right-handers, at least this year. That's been my personal experience.
Well, I'll tell you what, these lefties that you're talking about, you think of Burley, you think of what Vargas did. These guys are going to change speeds on you. They're going to pitch you in and out. They're going to try to get you out of your comfort zone. And, that they've had similar game plans. They've executed the best of the pitchers that the Rays have seen. Yep. That goes a long way. And then you start to think about the Rays, who's been hot early on with the bat. Well, Matt Joyce coming into play tonight, 395 off righties, 500 on base percentage, nothing off lefties. You think of some of these hot bats just have not gotten it done, left-handed hitters.
Yeah, Myers, for an example, went through that difficult stretch.
So there's a lot of you'll tend to see those as the season goes on. Those numbers start to even out, but certainly the left-handed veteran starting pitchers, even the young ones that have gone out and executed pitches and moved the ball around the zone, have given this team trouble.
Dozier throws out the hustling Myers. Here's what I think about right now, the lefty-righty breakout. You had a feeling that the Rays could use a little help right-handed, but I think the biggest thing is the limited sample that we see there. Season, here we are 20 games in, so you're going to get a very limited sampling, and I think that has as much to do with it as anything. Logan Forsythe pitches a strike, and Forsythe is a guy, who has not hit so far the way the Rays anticipate that he will. His career numbers show that he's a good hitter against left-handed pitching. Ground ball, another ground ball, and Booth at third throws it in the dirt, but it's scooped by Maurer. So I think over the long haul, I guess they figure that Forsythe should hit 280 against left-handed pitching. So you put a couple of those guys in your lineup together, struggle a little bit. That's going to be one of the reasons, and it will be highlighted in a limited sampling of games. Yunel Escobar. Two outs with the bases empty. One ball, no strikes. That is a wish that we all share. Get better quick to Don Zimmer.
We need to get him back here at the ballpark. I'll tell you what. Legendary baseball icon, beloved by everybody.
Pitch is skied to right. Berman under it. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Pelfrey, so they take the lead, and Pelfrey retires the side in order. 4-2 Minnesota. Time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown at an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Chris Colabello set to lead off the fifth inning. 2 home runs for Colabello in this series. The one last night of David Price and one tonight off Odorizzi.
Well, both off-speed offerings that stayed out over the plate. And there he goes to dead center field. That was a big shot. The one last night, impressive. Well, you know, he came into this series. He had 20 runs batted in when it started on just 1 home run. Wondered where the big power was. No, he's a strong guy. Well, Rays have had a front row seat for it. Home run each night, 4 more RBIs added to the total. And Jose Abreu for the White Sox at 19. The Rays will see him soon enough.
Colabello, Kubel, and then Pinto with Gomes on the hill. First pitch is a strike. You know, we're talking about the Rays against left-handed pitching, and the other thing, you know, Forsythe came into the game hitting .238 against lefties. Well, he'll hit a little better than that. Hannigan came into the game nothing of 11 against lefties. Well, he's going to do better than that. See Heath Bell down there in the bullpen for the Rays, and a big cut and a miss. 0-2 now to Colabello. Will Myers hitting .130 against lefties. He's going to hit better than that. Jennings, Desmond was hitting 102 for 20 against left-handed pitching. And Sean Rodriguez just 133. So all of those guys you're going to see over a period of time hit much better against lefties. So what's wrong with the lefty run production? Short period of time here, and some of the production that we just cited. And history tells you it's going to be better than that, considerably better than that. Colabello leading off here in the 5th inning against Brandon Gomes, who's in relief of Jay Godorizzi. Close miss there, and it's 2-2. How close was it? Bello protecting the outside part, fouls one out of play. Loose of a fastball and strikes out Colabello.
Getting tired of everything being so difficult. Randy Gomes finally just rears back and fires this 91 with some good rise. Ties up Colabello and picks up strikeout to start off the 5th inning.
Brings up the left fielder, Jason Kubel. Takes a strike for Kubel. Second time around with the Twins. He came up through their system and originally got to the major leagues 10 years ago in 2004 with the Twins. Last few years has been with Arizona and Cleveland, and now back with the Minnesota Twins. One and one the count. Ball, 2 strikes out of play. Kubel not yet 32. He had a couple of very big run production seasons for the Twins. Drove in over 100 runs one year.
That's what they're hoping, and bringing him back in, more offensive production. You think about some of the prospects they have coming up the pipeline that are getting close. Position players with big time potential.
This one's too low. You know, Byron Buxton took batting practice apparently in Fort Myers. He's had a left wrist injury. You talk about top prospects. He is. Cut and a miss. Kubel strikes out. Missed the split. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Gomes. Here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live. The pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Heath Bell teaches Kelly Nash to ride a solo wheel. So you don't want to miss that. And Eric Bedard takes to the hill for the Rays. That's Heath Bell right there, busy in the Rays bullpen. And a solo wheel instructor in his off time.
That will be interesting, because as the solo wheel was explained to me by you, Dwayne, I'm not really sure how this happens. It seems like a much riskier version of a Segway. A Segway with nothing to lean on.
That's right.
That's got to be tough.
Yeah. Not going to be easy, and we'll see how good a teacher Heath Bell is.
I'm not even going to prepare for my segment. I'm just going to watch that.
We got a little sneak preview as it was happening. So there you go. Well, that'll be fun to see before the game tomorrow. 1-1 the count to Pinto. Osmio Pinto. Singled and scored in the 4th. We saw Kelly tonight walking around, so she wasn't injured.
No.
In all of that, but you wonder about that. Good cut by Pinto. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, we're not going to spoil it, but we will give you just a quick little preview. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. The solo wheel. So there you are. Gotta walk before you run.
I mean, listen, you've got the Segway on one. You've got a unicycle. That looks like, to me, the most difficult.
It does.
Yeah.
Especially on turf like this.
Yeah. I mean, there's. Let's stick to a bike.
Pinto sends a fly ball into right field, and Will Myers camps under it. 1, 2, 3, 5th for Gomes. Through 4.5, 4-2 Minnesota. Minnesota, and as you see there on your screen, Todd Callis surveying his kingdom up on Todd's terrace. Todd, what do you have for us?
Hey, we're keeping track of the strikeouts too, courtesy of Kane's Furniture up here as well. We're up to 7. Hey, Dwayne, how about the next road trip? Bright Lights Big City Tour. We got Chicago, we got Boston, we got New York, which leads us to our Twitter poll question of the night. Guys, if you were a fan and the Rays said you could go to any one of these cities on the next Rays road trip, which would you choose? Hashtag TB1 Chicago, hashtag TB1 Boston, or TB2, excuse me, Boston, hashtag TB3 New York, the Bright Lights Big City road trip. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays. We'll have the results in our Rays Live postgame show, guys.
That's going to be great to see which one of those cities comes out on top. 3 great cities. Ryan Hannigan takes the pitch, and that's a strike in there around the knees. at this time of year, the challenge is how do you pack for those 3 cities?
Yeah. You know what? Here's the thing. I think the toughest road trip to pack for at any sport, you think about baseball, you think about a South-based team traveling north for a 3-city trip in April. There you go. Because I don't care what you can do your little 10-day weather app and scroll. You have no idea what Boston and New York is going to be like in a week and a half. So you've got to pack for everything.
Yes, you do.
I've got a lot of stuff laying around. Looks like I'm moving to Chicago.
Pelfrey strikes out Hannigan to start the bottom of the 5th. Well, here's the deal. Players.
Yep.
And a nice, thin but well-insulated pair of long underwear.
Got him. Check.
Maybe a pair of gloves.
Check.
Okay. And you got a little hat?
Got a little hat.
Okay. There you go. Want to know the count to Ben Zobrist.
Well, getting back to the poll, though, between those 3 cities, there's no wrong answer. Great swing through some great cities.
Yeah. The only issue that you're really going to find on that road trip will be the possibility of bad weather. But you take Chicago with good weather, it's just as great a city as you want to find. But the weather is another story. Bluth takes care of the pop foul.
Well, we're going to get 2 chances at it, D-Wayne.
We
got the White Sox here coming up, but then in August, go in there on a weekend against the Cubs.
Yep, that'll be great as well. So we'll get maybe the cold end of it here with the White Sox, and then it can heat up there in August, so we could get the very warm end of it, let's say, when we go back. Boston's always a great city. New York speaks for itself. A lot of history in Boston. So that's going to be an interesting outcome, voting on that poll tonight. Line drive into center off the bat of Desmond Jennings. Desmond's on for the 3rd time. 2 singles and a walk.
Number 20, Matt Joyce.
Just like that, the Rays get the tying run to the plate.
You know what? Here's a hanging slider right here. Desmond right down and through it, sends it right back up the middle. Nice job with the bat. Now let's see if he gets the legs going again. Already with a couple of stolen bases, the Rays could certainly use some life offensively, and here with 2 outs, tremendous opportunity here to maybe get it going.
Yeah, that long top of the 4th really slowed the momentum of this game for the Rays. It was a 43-pitch, 26-minute inning. And that really put the brakes on what the Rays had going, and now they're trying to regain it. Pelfrey before that base hit by Jennings and retired 6 in a row. That's a fair ball up the right field line, down beyond the bullpen. Jennings hitting 3rd. Foley will stop him there on a double by Joyce. 2nd and 3rd. Tom Foley waited till the very last moment to put up the stop sign for Jennings in 3rd.
Well, I think without Desmond's groin issue, he's going to score on this more times than not. 2 outs, he's going to be going on contact. That ball by Matt Joyce, able to squeeze it between Mauer and the bag. And here's Desmond off and running. And right there, a nice little gate, but we've seen him faster than that. He's been active out there on the base paths, so you don't want to overextend.
So Joyce at 2nd with a double. Ron Gardenhire comes out to talk with Mark Carlson. So the Twins will take a little time to see what they can discern from that call up the right side. Gardenhire has his say, and apparently satisfied that the ball was fair all the way up the line. Here's Evan Longoria. Bounds it. That first pitch, fastball a little early, pulls it.
I was going to say, this is the guy that you want up here in this situation, but you can see just 16 chances so far for Evan, but when he has had the opportunity, he has come through. It'd be huge here.
Pelfrey walked him in the third. Away from him, down and away. A ball and a strike. Back, fastball down the right side. Mauer chasing it, but it's out of play. Mauer stayed with that, and the ball was about 3 or 4 rows back. Rays have put up a threat with 2 outs. Hannigan and Zobrist were quick outs for Pelfrey. Tap, third base, be charged by Plouffe. Bare hand, throw is wide. Jennings scores. The inning continues, and the Rays get a run. Little tapper right there, forcing Plouffe to try to make a difficult play.
Well, once he had to fully extend his arm to grab it here, there just wasn't going to be enough on the throw. You see, he had to flip that ball over there, and it just kind of floated on him, and that allowed Evan Longoria, who's hustling up that first base line, to beat it out. Boy, well placed. Get some life going back into that Rays dugout and get another guy to the plate who's been pretty clutch.
Longoria with the infield hit picks up his 11th run batted in of the year. Now James Loney. Loney put the ball on a line to center field. Sam Fuld caught it in the third. Ball 1 inside off the plate.
All of this with 2 outs. Looked like a pretty quiet inning. Desmond Jennings got it started.
Single, double, single. A run home. First and third. Loney under it, pops it into center field. Fuld coming in, he's got it. And that retires the side, but the Rays pick up a run. They make it a 1-run game, 4-3 Minnesota. got another run home on a sacrifice fly to center, scoring Ryan Hannigan. But the Twins scored 4 in the 4th inning. A 2-run home run by Chris Colabello got it started. Escobar's fly ball and Sam Folds' base hit topped the 4-run uprising. Evan Longoria's single homer run in the Rays' 5th, and we go to the 6th. 4-3 Minnesota. And Heath Bell will be the new pitcher for the Rays following Jake Odorizzi and Brandon Gomes.
Heath on for the 8th time, 9 1/3 innings of work. I'll tell you what, this Tampa Bay bullpen can lock things down here. Plenty of opportunities to chip away down by just a run. In a game that really doesn't feel that close. They are lurking and more than capable of getting the job done.
Well, Chris Herman, the right fielder, leads off. He's been on twice with a single and a walk. Bell starts him with a strike.
He's had a couple of nice at-bats, too. Fouling off a lot of pitches, seeing a lot.
Yeah, I could see why the Twins might like this guy. The at-bats we've seen tonight. It's 1-1. Odorizzi worked 3 1/3 and Gomes an inning at 2/3. All 4 runs charged to Odorizzi. It's going to be a foul ball. Bell pitched an inning plus in the 12-inning game Sunday. Gave up a hit and a run, a couple of walks, and 2 strikeouts. Close, and it's 2-2. He's out on strikes. Pitch biting straight down.
In the mid-80s, too, and he gets Chris Herman to pull off that pitch. See right there, late action on that pitch. See Heath Bell with those fingers split, really doing a nice job working it top to bottom.
Now the shortstop, Eduardo Escobar, takes a fastball for a strike. Jake McGee up in the bullpen. Toward the line, that's slicing away from Zobrist and out of his reach, foul. 2 strikes. It's DJ Kitty hat giveaway night, Saturday, May 10th. Come cheer, meow, or purr as the Rays host the Indians when the first 20,000 fans get a DJ Kitty plush hat presented by Bright House Networks. Get your tickets now at RaysBaseball.com or at 888-FAN-RAYS.
Liking the hats this year.
You can take one of those hats on this road trip.
If only they had been delivered by now.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Escobar. Third base, a shortstop backhanded by Escobar, and what a play right there. Left side, Escobar with a backhand pick and a throw to first to retire Eduardo Escobar.
Well, impressive that Yunel Escobar going in the hole to his right can get this much on the throw. He doesn't have a whole lot of time to mess around, and he gets rid of it quick, and a nice job by James Loney. That's where he really helps out the Rays infielders. Escobar's got to get rid of it in a hurry. It's a tough throw. It's a long throw. And then you got a first baseman over there that you're thinking to yourself, just get it close, and he'll finish it off for me.
Yeah, that strong, accurate arm right there. A difficult play. 2 gone.
Think about some of the throws that we see the left side of this infield make. Longoria and Escobar. Very good arms, very accurate with their throws.
Well, that entire infield has been great last year and this year. Sam Fuld with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. And Loney gives the rest of the infield such confidence over there because, as you said, just get it close. And he's going to take care of it. Just to give you an idea how great a play that was for Escobar. Most shortstops not even going to try to make that play. But he, from the outset, had in mind to make the play. One thing to stop it. No, he's going to first.
A lot of footwork involved there.
Ball reaching out on strikes. 1, 2, 3, 6 there for Heath Bell. Stamp this play with a star as we go to break. Great play by Yunel Escobar. 4-3 Minnesota. Tonight's game and all season long, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. It's fun at the old ballpark. Pitch to Will Myers is a strike. Myers, Forsythe, and Escobar. One and one. Free leaves it wide. It's 2-1. Leadoff single for Wil Myers in the Rays' sixth.
I'll tell you what, the way that Wil Myers' swing sets up, that is a dangerous place to pitch him. You want to throw that ball middle in, you had better get it way in there. You leave it, that is right into his wheelhouse. Lucky that was just a sharply hit single.
Logan Forsythe. Pelfrey approaching 90 pitches. Pitch inside 1-0. Twins do have some action in their bullpen. Take by Forsythe upstairs. It was the 90th pitch of the night for Pelfrey. Pelfrey made over 100 pitches in his second start of the year in a loss to Oakland. Pitch got in on Forsythe. He pops it foul just back of the Rays dugout. The Rays trying to get something going. They've had base runners in every inning except the fourth. Scored single runs in the first and third and fifth innings. Leadoff man on in the sixth.
They forced Pelfrey out of the stretch for the majority of this game. You know, he's up over 90 pitches, and his fastball strike and ball ratio just over 50-50. So he's had to work hard. He's coming towards the end of his outing. Made a mistake or two. Try to capitalize like the one that he threw to Myers.
And that one hits Forsythe. The first two men are on base now.
Well, he's just starting to come out of his mechanics, and that is not going to waste any time. Ron Gardenhire is saying that is enough. He has seen enough. Just dove into this ball, and it runs up and in, catches Forsythe right there. In fact, that left hand, left wrist area. Actually, right off that bicep.
So the Minnesota Twins will make a pitching change back after this. Sun Sports brought to you by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. And choose Nissan today for great offers on our most innovative lineup ever. Shop at ChooseNissan.com. Well, the Rays have a couple men on, down by a run in the bottom of the 6th inning here at Tropicana Field. Mike Pelfrey leads after 5 innings plus those 2 hitters in the 6th. 92 pitches, 6 hits, 3 runs so far, 2 earned. And Michael Tonkin gets the call. Right-hander out of the bullpen. Twins think he might be a future closer in here in the 6th inning of this game.
Yeah, and he better flash that closer-like stuff in this situation. Tough. Rays base runners, 2 of them, nobody out. This Twins bullpen has been very, very good.
Escobar showing bunt, puts it down. Tonkin with the underhanded toss to first. Dozier covering. The sacrifice moves Myers to third and Forsythe up to second.
Now, textbook baseball right there, old school baseball. You know, Escobar just squares around, gets the bunt down. You got to be careful in those balls up in the zone like that, that you get that bat on top of it. Those are easily popped up. But Escobar sees it right in there, gets it done, and now the Rays in really good position here.
So here's Ryan Hannigan. Ryan singled and scored his first time. Reached the pitch high. 1 ball and no strikes. Tonkin just 24 years old. Pitch is high. 2-0. It's a family affair now for the Minnesota Twins. Tonkin is the brother-in-law of left fielder Jeff Kubel. Kubel married Tonkin's older sister. 2 balls, no strikes the count here to Hannigan. And he takes ball 3. And Zobrist will be next. Takes a strike. 3-1. Rays with the potential tying run at third, the potential lead run in scoring position at second.
You can see Tonkin, what would make him very tough to deal with, it. Deceptive delivery. Tall, lanky, but he has that arm down low.
And he walks Hannigan to load the bases.
And after he fell behind Ryan Hannigan, really a couple of those pitches almost looked like they were aimed in there, trying to be very, very careful. Ends up with the walk and doesn't get any easier here. Bases loaded now with Ben Zobrist. Here's where you get that delivery right there from Tonkin, kind of sweeping across the body, that low 3/4 arm angle. And that should give Ben Zobrist a real good look at it, if indeed he's going to see him, and he is not.
Ben Zobrist, switch hitters do, and Gardenhire's going to go to the bullpen. Back after this. Wednesday Showdown is brought to you by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Tropicana Field, the Rays down by a run. Threatening here in the bottom of the 6th inning in the middle game of this 3-game series. Caleb Thielbar, left-hander on to face Ben Zobrist, turn him around and have him hit from the right side.
Well, Caleb Thielbar on for the 8th time. He's worked 6 innings, 5 strikeouts, a couple of walks. Can't afford that here. Going to flip Ben Zobrist around from the right side. This is a guy who's been very, very effective against left-handed hitters. Held him to just a 143 average last year, but the way it's going right now, Ben Zobrist from the right side, Jennings on deck from the right side.
And Thielbar has given up his only home run this year to a right-handed hitter. They're 3 of 10 against him.
Well, this is the problem that a switch hitter presents. What side do you want him from? Because you're not going to get the left on left, right on right matchup.
The first pitch in there for strike 1.
Obviously, Ron Gardenhire, who had Taunton out there, would rather see Ben Zobrist from the right side. Oh, yeah.
Up and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Anthony Swarzak up in the bullpen. And shoots it into center field. Ball going back to make the catch. Tagged by Myers. He's going to score. The throw goes through to third. Safe there. And the Rays have tied this game. Ben Zobrist comes through with a sacrifice fly. The run charge to Pelfrey.
And another move coming from Ron Gardenhire. But Ben Zobrist gets the job done and gets the Rays offense back to even. Tie this thing up.
Desmond Jennings do, and the call goes to the bullpen again. Mike Trout and the Angels take on Derek Jeter and the Yankees. Then reigning NL MVP Andrew McCutchen and the Pirates square off against Matt Holliday and the Cardinals. The action begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Anthony Swarzak, the new pitcher. He led the major league last year in innings out of the bullpen. inherits runners at first and third. Faces Desmond Jennings. Desmond has been on base all 3 times tonight, 2 singles and a walk. Rays have tied it with a couple of runs after falling behind. They scored a run in the 5th, got another run here in the 6th inning. Line drive into left. That's going to hang up and be caught by Kubel to retire the side. Desmond hit it hard. A little too hard as it turned out. This game is tied at 4. Jake McGee is going to be the new Rays pitcher. Tomorrow's starters presented by Chevron. Ricky Nolasco brought in to stabilize the rotation for the Twins. Will make his 5th start, and Eric Bedard, the lefty on the hill for the Rays, making his 2nd start. Our coverage begins at 12:30 on Fox's Sun Sports. Jake McGee finishes his warm-up pitches, and we'll check in with Todd Kalas one more time.
Dwayne, in light of the Michael Pineda ejection in tonight's game against the Boston Red Sox, we have a few questions on our website Wednesday from fans about pine tar and how it impacts a pitcher. And they want to know from a former pitcher, is it strictly to help the grip, or does it affect the flight of the pitch, guys?
Well, that would be aimed at you.
That would be. But I you know, it's funny. I couldn't stand anything sticky on my hands. So much so that when I'd start a game at home and you'd run out there and the rosin bag would be sitting on the rubber, I would just kick that thing off the back, pick it up, and get it away from me. Didn't want any part of that. But yeah, mainly it's the grip, and you see a lot of guys going to it, especially guys that have good tight sliders, good breaking balls. And you get that pine tar on your fingertips with that baseball, and I'm telling you, you can rip right over the top of that thing and create some tremendous spin. I mean, you look back at my breaking ball, maybe I should have tried to use it, but
Jake McGee quickly ahead of Brian Dozier. 0-2. Dozier trying to catch up to that mid-90s fastball there.
Well, that's what you're going to see from Jake.
Yep. Pine tar's not all that unusual. Just not as obvious as Pineda has made it.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, listen.
Whoa, look at that. I mean, some heat from Jake McGee. So McGee picks up a strikeout, the 10th strikeout for Rays pitching tonight. And he did it with style.
Well, he just rips this 95-mile-an-hour fastball middle away, and Brian Dozier comes up empty. Here it is. Stay behind that fastball and really drive it towards home plate. Jake does that as well as anybody. Yeah, you start looking around. It's hidden out there quite a bit.
Bauer hits it on the ground to short. Yadiel Escobar throws it into the runner, and Aloni puts the tag on him. 2 gone.
I think the problem with Pineda is the first time he had it around was against Boston. It was all over his hand. That was obvious. Nothing was said. Kind of like, okay, no harm, no foul. Nobody's going to say anything about it. Well, then he comes out, going to face him again. And it's after the second inning, splashed on his neck. It's kind of like, look, if you're going to be that, egregious about it, that obvious, well, then, you know what? You deserve to get banged. And you look back at what happened with the Rays with Joel Peralta, and he got 8 games for that.
That's right.
Pineda could get, you would think, at least that.
Well, the precedent is set, and if they made that big a deal out of Peralta,
right,
what do they have to do here?
Well, for being not discreet, add a couple on.
Yeah. I mean, no style points with that. No. There's a penalty involved. 0-2 the count on Trevor Plouffe.
And you think about that. Peralta, 8 games as a reliever. He could have pitched, well, knowing him, 6 or 7 of those.
Yeah.
Pineda, that's 1 start. So it'll be interesting to see how they dole out the punishment in that case.
Rays have tied it with a run in the 6th. We're in the 7th. Two balls, 2 strikes. Maybe 6 that time from McGee. Here it is. He got him. Hit 98 with that fastball. Well, McGee limbered up and then some tonight. 1, 2, 3 go the Twins in the 7th. 98 takes care of Plouffe. 7th inning stretch. This game is tied at 4. And as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Matt Joyce will lead off the bottom of the 7th inning. Anthony Swarzak on the hill. 4th pitcher for the Twins. The pitch is a strike. Swarzak 28 years old. He was in 48 games last year, all out of the bullpen. And pitched 96 innings out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he was one of the more trusted guys coming out of that bullpen for Ron Gardenhire. That's a bullpen that threw more innings than anybody. And that goes back to that ineffectiveness of their starters, who had the highest ERA in the majors.
Yeah. Just under 580 innings from the bullpen. Opposite field liner, caught by Kubel. Joyce goes the other way and hits a line drive.
Yeah, do not be discouraged. That is a great sign. And if Matt continues to do that, he'll continue to swing a productive bat. That's all you want to do is you have a good at bat, hit the ball hard. That's what Matt Joyce did. He does it again the other way. Well, look at him just stay back on that baseball. Sure is.
Saw Peralta in the bullpen earlier for the Rays as Evan Longoria bats. Pitches a strike. Boston has a 4-1 lead at home on the Yankees. Game's in the top of the 8th. That pitch puts Longoria down 0-2. John Lackey through 7 has 10 strikeouts and has given up 7 hits. A ball, 2 strikes. Takes it the other way. Herman toward the line a few steps. 2 gone. 2 up, 2 down in the 7th inning. Hitter will be James Loney. Loney 0 for 3 tonight. Line drive to center in the 3rd. That was caught by Full. Otherwise, it's grounded out to short. And another fly ball to center. That was in the 5th. Swarzak throws him a strike. Swarzak developed by the Twins. Been in their organization since 2004. 94 on that one, and it's foul back 0-2.
Well, he does have a very good arm, good hard slider, but a lot of these pitches have had some elevation to it. And while at that velocity, if they're up there around the letters, they're tough to get on top of. Boy, leaves one out there over the plate. Someone could make him pay in a big way.
Into center field, charged by Full, but it's going to drop in front of him. Loney has a base hit that falls in. He's aboard with 2 outs.
Right fielder, number 9, Will.
So the base hit for James Loney keeps the inning going and will get Will Myers to the plate.
Well, it was the 2-out uprising in the 5th that got the Rays going again offensively. See if they can do it again.
Well, the Twins have done all their damage in the 4th inning of last night's game and tonight's game. Cut and a miss by Myers. Twins scored 3 last night, 4 tonight, so they have 7 runs and 8 hits in the 4th inning of the first 2 games here. No runs and 4 hits in the other 14 innings so far. Rays trying to get something going with 2 outs with Loney at first now. 2 to Myers. Myers looking for more of the hard stuff on that pitch.
Well, Swarzak's able to get that slider, get late break with it. Probably go right back to it here.
And he strikes him out with it. That'll retire the side. It's only the second strikeout for Minnesota pitching tonight. Back to Tropicana Field on the Wednesday showdown. It's a 4-4 ball game. So we go to the 8th. Brian Anderson, Todd Callis, Kelly Nash has been with us tonight. Orestes Destrada later on. This is Dwayne Stats. Great to have you with us all the way into the 8th. And leading off is Joel Peralta to face Chris Colabello leading off. Peralta, the 5th Rays pitcher, and Colabello has been trouble here in the first couple games of this series. Ball, no strikes.
Right back where he belongs. 8th inning, heart of the order.
Yep.
And Joe Madden, the way that he's had to piece this ball game with the bullpen, and he's gotten to McGee 7th, now Peralta 8th. He would love to see Balfour 9th. That's he's got some work to do before that could be a possibility.
Sky to shallow right. It's Myers waiting. One gone, so they get the big bat of Chris Colabello.
At least you'd like to see Balfour in the 9th in a save situation.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. Jason Kubel singled and scored in their 4-run 4th. Rays swing Escobar up the middle and just a bit to the first base side of second. First pitch, a strike call. Now it's 0-1. Longoria goes to the spot occupied by Escobar, and Escobar back to the left side. Kubel out in front over that pitch. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Outfield shaded around to the right side as well. Zobrist's way off the left field line.
Yeah,
the infield with the shift on for Kubel.
You got 2 guys patrolling the left side of the field. Pretty confident he's not going to go that way. We'll see.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, there are times when they might pull a guy on the infield, play him straight up in the outfield, because their charts show that when he hits the ball in the air, it's a little different than when he hits the ball on the ground. But this time, they are way around, all the way around for Kubel. And he's out of strikes. 2 gone. Get in on the action with exclusive on-field seating in the Papa John's bullpen box. Available dates are going fast, so act now to make your group reservation behind the Rays bullpen by calling 888-FAN-RAYS or online at RaysBaseball.com. So a strikeout of Kubel. The Rays staff has 12 strikeouts tonight. There's Pinto. Josmil Pinto, the catcher, 1 for 3 with a run scored. No ball misses. 1 ball, no strikes. Ball back. Pinto had a good rip.
Yes, he did, and he was none too happy. That may have been his pitch to hit, a hanging breaking ball. He waited back on it nicely, and watch this reaction after he fouls it off. I realized he had a golden opportunity there, and likely not to see one in that general area again.
1-1 the count. Fastball away off the plate. Peralta shooting for the corner. Peralta pitched an inning and a third Sunday against the Yankees. Is ball 3. Curveball from Peralta didn't have a lot of bite. Chris Herman is on deck. Fastball missed. A 2-out walk sends Pinto to first.
Well, 9th straight game that Pinto has walked. Fastball down and away, and Mark Carlson says a little bit too far down and away.
A 2-out pass gets Chris Herman, the right fielder, to the plate. Single off Odorizzi back in the 3rd, walked in the 4th inning, and struck out in the 6th on a split. That was against Heath Bell. It's at third base side, foul outside the bag, strike 1. Rays scored a run in the 1st. They got another run in the 3rd. The Twins 4 in the 4th. Rays a run in the 5th, and they tied it with a run in the 6th inning. We're in the 8th. Too low. Ball 1 strike. The Rays 5 pitchers. To the Twins 4 tonight. Dropped out of that pitch. Oh, that's a tough pitch right there.
Cannot wait back long enough.
Hit. Over to third. Pinto on the way. Makes it. It will be first and third. A 2-out walk and now a 2-out single. And it's the Twins who now threaten.
Well, the previous split, we saw the great action on that and Herman out in front. This time he stays back just long enough and he's able to get to that pitch. Keeps this inning going.
Going to third all the way. Now Eduardo Escobar. Escobar drove in a run in their 4-run 4th with a sacrifice fly to right. Yunel Escobar made a very good play on him in the 6th inning on a ground ball. Peralta's pitch drops low.
Peralta, the breaking ball right there, a little slider down and in, and you know, if you're Eduardo Escobar, you're starting to wonder, okay, what's he going to come with now? Your guess is as good as anybody's, and that's why he's so effective.
Tapper, foul, runs the count to 1-2.
Now he's got an opportunity here, the next pitch or two, to try to get really nasty. Present it as a strike, take it out of the zone, and get Escobar to chase something, to expand his zone.
Peralta got the first 2 men, gave up the walk, then the base hit. First and third, he's ahead of Eduardo Escobar. And a chopper. Escobar stepping on the bag, and he beats the runner Herman in there to retire the side. Minnesota strands 2. 6 unassisted on the force at second base. Rays coming in to hit tie.
By Checkers, you will hear Joe Maddon's press conference. Kelly Nash gathering interviews in the Rays clubhouse. Dwayne and B.A. will break this thing down. We'll host it out in left field along with the rest of Estrada. Highlights of the Yankees and Red Sox game, including Michael Pineda being ejected for having pine tar on his neck while pitching against the Red Sox tonight. All that coming up in Rays Live, the postgame show right after the game, guys.
All right, the Rays will try to do their best to get that postgame show to you as early as possible. We're going to have David DeJesus lead off the bottom of the 8th inning, pinch hitting for Logan Forsythe, with Anthony Swarzak on the hill. His pitch is high. Swarzak finished the 6th. He worked the 7th inning, and he's a multiple innings guy. Came up through their system as a starting pitcher. Grant Balfour is loosening, as you see there, up the right field line. One fastball by DeJesus.
David, of course, came into last night's game in an 0 for 24 skid, but broke out of that. 3 hits, 3 runs batted in. Joe Maddon deciding to give him the night off tonight because the splits on Pelfrey, tougher on left-handed hitters than right-handed hitters, did not want to mess with a good thing that David had working, and hoping that he can pick right back up here.
Yeah, so he has him available here in the 8th inning to pinch hit. All part of the master plan.
I don't even think about questioning it anymore. Ever. You get asked out on the street, now why would Joe hit him in this spot? And I don't have any idea. There's an algorithm somewhere.
Because he wanted to.
That's
okay,
right.
how's that?
Yeah. I mean, you just come, you take a look, you figure out how it can work to the advantage of the Rays somewhere, and enjoy.
3-1. Popped up, foul. That'll come straight back out of play. Work the count to 3-2. Swarzak and DeJesus. Yunel Escobar is on deck, and then Ryan Hanigan due. Pop into shallow left. Escobar out to make the catch. That's the first out of the 8th.
Shortstop, number 11.
See what Yunel Escobar can do. Rays scored the tying run in the 6th inning and left men at first and third. Escobar in that inning put down a sacrifice fly, or a sacrifice bunt. The run scored on the sacrifice fly by Ben Zobrist. Left-hander Ryan Dunsing loosening now for Minnesota. High, 1 ball, no strikes. Escobar, 2 of 7 lifetime against Swarzak. It's ball 2. That one, 2 gone. Bases will be empty with 2 outs as Ryan Hanigan walks to the plate. He opened the 3rd inning with a base hit and scored a run. Since then has struck out and has walked. Fastball on the outside part. Strike one. It's 1-1. Fastball again, but this one away off the plate. Base is empty, and a 1-1 count. Working over that corner, got the call out there. A slider. It's been Zobrist on deck. Ben does have a career home run off Swarzak. And a run batted in tonight. The Rays will need Hannigan to get aboard if they're to do anything here in the 8th. And he works the count to 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, they've done it once this game. 2 outs, you think, 2 outs, nobody on, probably going to go down quietly. Put an inning together in the blink of an eye. Starts right here with Hannigan. Should get a pitch to hit here. Swarzak certainly does not want to walk him with Zobrist lurking.
3-2. Ground ball to short. Escobar Stowe to first, and the Rays are up and down 1-2-3 in the 8th. We head into the 9th in a 4-4 game. Retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays. On to the 9th inning we go tonight at Tropicana Field. Grant Balfour enters this game for the Rays, pitcher number 6 of the evening. Makes his 8th appearance.
Well, we do indeed see Grant here in the 9th, but not in a save situation. So you bring him out here to put a lockdown on this, hope to win it in the bottom of the 9th, and that right now is the Rays' master plan as you see his numbers.
Your attention, please. Defensive
changes behind Balfour. Ben Zobrist moves from left field to second base. David DeJesus is in the game now in left. Sam Fold, who drove in a run in their 4-run 4th inning. fact, he drove in the 4th run of that inning. He leads it off in the 9th. Balfour worked in Sunday's game against New York. First pitch to Sam Fuld is too high. Fuld, aside from the RBI single, lifted a fly ball to center in the 3rd, struck out swinging in the 6th. Puts it on the ground and a base hit past the diving Loney. He's going to head for 2, and he will make it. A 2-base hit for Sam Fuld.
Wait until you see where James Loney is playing. He is right on the line. You talk about playing no doubles and force the ball inside. James Loney, and you'll see right here as Sam Fuld rips this ball right down the line. You see where, look at James Loney's, I mean, it was like he was holding somebody on. Look how close he is guarding the line. Well, that's taking it to an extreme there, but yeah, listen, that's where they wanted him. Sam's able to squeeze it by him.
So the Twins with a major threat on the leadoff double by the former Ray, Sam Fuld. Now they'll at the top of the order, Brian Dozier up here. He's 1 for 3 with a single and a walk on the evening. Dozier 0 for 3 in his career against Balfour. Pitch is outside, 1-0. Fuld was off for second base the moment he hit that ball. Made it into second easily.
You know, as close as James Loney was playing to the line, it was still like hitting a ball down the line. And then, you know, out in right field, Will Myers had a long way to run. That was a double right off the bat. But yeah, his left foot was almost on the chalk.
Covered up by Hannigan, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Rays had to get into the bullpen early tonight in the 4th inning. Cut and a miss. 2-2.
And a steady die to these.
Balfour started his career in the Twins organization. They signed him back in '97. High pop. It's going to be a foul ball and will not be catchable. Loney and Myers giving it a run, but Dozier's still alive with a count of 2-2. Joe Mauer on deck. Grant did get to the big leagues with the Twins for a couple of games in 2001, 17 games in 03, and 36 games in 04. Low and outside. So a full count. Tommy John surgery in 2005. Balfour. Wound up with Milwaukee and then to the Rays in 07. Second time around with the Rays now. Ground ball, second base. Zobrist will make the play. Over to third, goes full. That will set up the matchup here with the potential lead run at third, one out, and Joe Mauer walking to the plate against Balfour.
I'll tell you what, you got to really tip your hat to that at bat by Brian Dozier. Saw a lot of sliders. That last one, a very good one, but he just shortened the swing and poked that ball to the right side to allow for this big time matchup here. We'll see what the Rays decide to do, if they're even going to pitch to Joe Mauer, and they are not.
So Joe Madden will put him on. Mauer has been outstanding throughout his career. No one has hit better in this ballpark for average than Mauer. And the Rays will not pitch to him here, with Sam Fuld at third and one out in the ninth. Trevor Plouffe is due up next. In the head-to-head matchup, Balfour had gone 1 for 3 against Mauer. Mauer 1 hit and 3 at bats. Plouffe, by contrast, is 0 for 6 against Grant. So the intentional walk, and Mauer trots to first.
Third baseman.
Plouffe 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored tonight. He was 1 for 4 last night. And Juan Carlos Oviedo begins to loosen in the Rays bullpen. The infield hoping for a chance at a double play. Plouffe fouls it away. Strike one. Slider for Balfour to open the sequence.
Plouffe with already a couple of strikeouts in tonight's game. You would take that. Ground ball double play would be number one. You get to that strikeout. No chance to advance Sam Fuld. That's what it boils down to here, and that's where these become all or nothing pitches. Grant Balfour going all out on every delivery.
And it's low, covered up by Hannigan.
You can do that when you've got a catcher back behind the plate. That's going to keep things in front of him. Understanding the nature of the situation.
Plouffe has grounded into 2 double plays this year. The Rays hoping to make it 3. Wanted a chop to short. Escobar out at second. Throw to first. Double play. Rays get the double play. 6-4-3. Escobar. Zobrist to Loney. The intentional walk to Mauer pays off, and the Rays get out of that big spot. Fuld left stranded at third. Here's the chop to short, starting the double play. Taking the Rays into the bottom of the ninth, tied 4-4. This game tied 4-4. Here's another look at the double play.
Well, Dwayne, you said it. They wanted to get that third ground ball double play from Trevor Plouffe. And the little chopper, he's hustling hard. Escobar pointing to Ben's over, so I think Ben knows where to go with it. And they turn it. What a huge spot. Frustrated Plouffe.
And Zobrist good in the middle of that double play.
Coming in from the outfield.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that makes him so valuable. He's played in the outfield all game. Just comes right in, stands in, and turns the biggest play of the game so far for the Rays.
And now Ben opens the bottom of the ninth facing Brian Duensing, the left-hander, new pitcher for the Twins. Swarzak a nice job for 2 1/3. And Duensing hasn't given up much. A little ground ball to short. Escobar scoops it, and the throw to first is in time. Duensing making his 8th appearance, giving up no runs on 3 hits. He's walked only 1. The opposition hitting only 107 against him. Here's Desmond Jennings. A foul up the right side. That'll carry out a play for a strike. Jennings has scored 2 of the 4 runs for the Rays tonight. Keeps it away from him. 1-1. Hey, the guy on the Rays bench who's had some success against Duensing is Sean Rodriguez. He's 4 for 10 against him. There's a ground ball. It's going to sneak through into center field. Chip part of the bat away from the barrel. And Jennings has his 3rd hit on for the 4th time.
Boy, didn't hit it hard, but placed it well. This breaks the bat off the end of the bat. Here's a great look. Phantom cam. There goes a shard. And that ball finds its way right up the middle.
So the Rays have a base runner. Matt Joyce is going to be lifted with the left-hander out there. And Sean Rodriguez will be the hitter for the Rays against Duensing. And Sean 4 out of 10 against Duensing. Over to first. Jennings back in.
You're always concerned with Desmond Jennings and his speed over there, ability to run, swipe a bag. He's done that twice tonight. Paying him close attention.
Fastball too high. Ball, no strikes.
That's what you're looking for. Ryan Duensing, and keeping an eye on Desmond Jennings, speeds up that delivery a little bit, maybe leaves the ball elevated to Sean Rodriguez.
That's away. Change speeds on him. Two and 0. First, and Jennings only a step and a half off the bag. Desmond does have 2 steals tonight. 1 on, 1 out at the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie game. 4-4. Rodriguez had a big cut at that pitch and fouled it back. Fastball up.
Yeah, take your shot. You got the count in your favor. It still is at 2-1.
Sean back in. Takes it high. No, it's 3-1. Dunsing has been very careful and now has fallen behind. Evan Longoria on deck.
Doesn't get any easier.
More time over to first. Rays got all 4 of their runs off the starter Pelfrey. Twins got all 4 of their runs off the starter Odorizzi. 3-1 now to Sean Rodriguez. He pops it up foul. That's going to carry right back out of play. Got a 3-1 fastball. So now it's full.
At 1 out, you could put Desmond Jennings in motion. You trust Sean Rodriguez to put the ball in play. And if that's the case, boy, oh boy, you punch one out there towards the gap and you got a foot race to home plate.
Desmond off the bag. And again, a move to first. He's back easily. The other thing you have to consider is Jennings, with the groin situation being what it is. He's stolen a couple bases, but he also is obviously conscious of that.
Yeah, and his lead right now does not look like one that's going to go. I mean, we saw the other night when Ichiro Suzuki came in to pinch run, he had his left foot at the cutout. I mean, that's a big lead. Desmond Jennings not even to the cutout on his lead. See where he's getting. You've seen, now he gets out there a little bit more aggressive.
3-2, and it's popped up foul one more time, and that's going to carry out of play behind the dugout. Well, one thing for sure, Dunsing has his attention divided between Desmond Jennings and Sean Rodriguez. Sean fouling off a couple pitches. Looking for a pitch he can drive and give Jennings a chance with his speed to score from first. "3-2, and he fouls it back. Dunsing challenged him with a fastball. This next pitch will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Here's the last one fouled back.
I don't know if you want to make that one again. I don't know if you want to make that one again. Sean Rodriguez, a really good swing at that fastball.
One more time on 3-2 and a foul ball back.
And that's a nice job fighting that off. Oh, a steady diet of the straight stuff, and all of a sudden they're going to come in and try to sneak a slider underneath the swing of Sean Rodriguez, and you see he's able to get down and just get a piece of that right through the 5-hole.
Jennings away from the bag. Again, the 3-2. And a ground ball into right field. Jennings will turn second and hold. Herman got to the ball in shallow right. Well, what an at-bat for Sean Rodriguez. He continues his line of success against Dunsing.
Nice job of this ball. It's away. It's off the plate away. But in order to protect, watch that ball in and then just poke it through the hole right off the end of the bat. He finishes the swing off nicely. And holding on, Desmond Jennings creates that hole, and he finds it.
The Jennings is now in second with Rodriguez at first. Evan Longoria will face Dunsing. Well, the Twins had a major threat in the top of the ninth inning on the leadoff double by Sam Fuld. Rays needed a double play ball with men at first and third to get out of the ninth. Now Longoria will try to end it here. 2 men on and 1 out in the bottom of the ninth inning. Fly ball into left. Kubel is there to make the catch. And Longoria is the second out of the inning.
First baseman, number 21, James Loney.
2 outs with 2 men on, and James Loney is coming to the plate. Loney with just 1 official at bat against Dunsing, 0 for 1. But game-winning RBIs, 5 on the year for Loney, topping the list in the league.
Well, he has been clutch, and he has been excellent since coming over to the Rays. 7th inning or later, these big spots. Finds himself in another one here.
Loney singled back in the 7th inning. Dunsing gets a first pitch strike in there. How about that? 7th inning or later, Loney 10 out of 23. Right-hander Fiend up in the bullpen.
Ooh.
1-1, a reach for Pinto to come up with that one. Oh, that ball just kept running and running and moving away.
Look where he caught it. The back of the right-handed hitter's batter's box. Just yanked that fastball, trying to make sure he gets it away from Loney, because you know if you leave it out there outer half, outer third, he's just going to shoot it to left field.
Cut and a miss. 1-2.
Slider down and away, and James Loney just runs out of bat. This is where you bear down. 2 strikes. He's going to have that other way approach and rely on quick hands if he pitches them in.
Escobar trying to hold Jennings as close to the bag at second. That opens a little spot on the left side. Pinto on his way to the mound to confer with Dunsing. Day game tomorrow. Wrap-up game of the series. Nolasco and Bedard will be with you at 12:30. Rays finish off the series and the homestand. Up the road for a 3-city trip. Away from Pinto. The runners will advance to second and third. A little different situation now. A wild pitch charged to Dunsing.
Well, a sweeping slider, much like that fastball, he really yanks it down and away, trying to be perfect with that pitch, and it gets into Pinto, but off the heel of the glove. before he could try to smother it with the body, and that causes the little kick to the right, allows the Rays runners to move up. Now you wonder if he's as aggressive. If he goes back to that slider, tries to throw it in there for a strike, that could be the one that James Loney finds a hole with and ends this.
2-2 the count. Full count now. Went with the fastball away. It's Will Myers on deck. Casey Fiend, the right-hander, busy in the bullpen. Ball 4, that'll load the bases. Stayed away with a slider to Walken. Here comes Gardenhire. Bases loaded. 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Will Myers due up, and the right-hander will be called in from the bullpen. Back in a moment. Game with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Braves and the Twins tied 4-4.
And no margin for error as he comes on for the 9th time. Will Myers strolls to the plate. And here we go, D-Wayne.
Yes, sir. Will has walked and singled. 1 for 3 officially.
See if we can get this thing done in less than 4. Closing in now. Need you to come through, Will.
We're counting on Will Myers. Myers with 1 at bat against Fiend, 0 for 1. So here we go. Jennings down at third, carries the important run. Time granted by Mark Carlson. Jennings singled with 1 out. He's now at third. Sean Rodriguez at second, and James Loney aboard at first. And a chopper. Shortstop Escobar's throw to first will be in time, and the Rays will leave him loaded in the 9th inning. We're headed into the 10th, tied 4-4. into the 10th inning. Rays jumped to a 2-0 lead. Twins led 4-2. The Rays with a run in the 5th and a run in the 6th tied it. And then both teams with a chance to score in the 9th inning.
You see right here, 1st and 3rd, 1 out after an intentional walk to Joe Mauer. And Trevor Plouffe chops into this ending inning. 6-4-3 double play. Huge play for the Rays. That gives them an opportunity in the 9th, and on comes Casey Bean against Will Myers. A chopper here. We know Will gets up the first base line very well, but Escobar able to get him by a half a step. And so we go on, Wayne. We trudge on to the 10th.
We do. Extra innings. The Rays 0-1 in extra innings this year. The Twins 0-2. Chris Colabello leads off. Middle of the order for the Twins. Colabello, Kubel, and Pinto due up against Grant Balfour. The pitch is a fastball for a strike. Oviedo up for the 2nd time in the Rays bullpen. It's a strike on the corner. Grant took 16 pitches to get through the 9th, including the intentional walk to Joe Mauer after giving up a leadoff double to Sam Fuld. Foul ball back, fastball, and Colabello took a rip.
Back out there for his 2nd inning. You know, when Joe was talking about Oviedo coming back, he said that he wanted to kind of ease him back in that bullpen, some lower leverage situations. I don't think this will qualify.
No, Joe's already 5 deep into the bullpen. Now for the 6th Rays pitcher of the night. To cover some innings with Odorizzi leaving after 3 1/3.
And you really got to tip your hat to the job that they did. I mean, really came on and gave this Rays offense a chance to tie it up.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
A good bullpen can really help you out. You know, even in a game like today, you've got enough quality arms down there that you can eat up all these innings. If your starter gives you 6, 7, 8 innings, you shorten the game on opposing teams with the quality of the back end.
Ground ball to short. Yunel Escobar makes the throw to first. Fastball got in on Colabello. Ground him out to short.
Left fielder, Jason Kubel.
So the first man retired in the 10th inning. The last outing for Grant Balfour was in the 12th-inning game against the Yankees when he pitched 2 scoreless innings and had a strikeout. He worked the 9th and 10th innings of that game that eventually went 12. Ball 1 to Kubel. Two 2-0. It's wide. Kubel and Balfour were teammates for a short time in Minnesota. Kubel had Tommy John surgery in 2005, the same year that Balfour did. They were together briefly in 2004. That's a strike. 3-1. Actually, that was knee surgery that Kubel had. That's a strike. 3-2. Had some issues there. Balfour had the Tommy John surgery. He strikes him out. Cut the miss with a fastball. 2 gone.
Came all the way back to get him. Hard stuff away. Saved the best one for the last one. Good fastball here, outer third. Able to power it by Kubel for the second out.
There's 13 strikeouts for Rays pitching tonight. And here's Pinto. Singled and scored in the 4th inning. Walked in the 8th. It's a big cut and he misses. That's a strike. One and one. 10th inning tonight. Game of the 3-game series. Two balls and a strike. Ground ball back to the mound. Balfour with a throw to first takes care of Pinto and the Twins in the 10th. Rays coming into bat in the home half of the frame, still tied 4-4. Your wild side. Bottom of the 10th inning coming. Rays tied it with a run in the 6th inning. Twins had an opportunity to take the lead in the 9th. So did the Rays. Now we go to the bottom of the 10th. Kevin DeJesus will lead off for the Rays, with Yunel Escobar and Ryan Hanigan due to follow, facing Casey Fiend. Well, the Twins would have Jared Burton and Glenn Perkins left. Samuel DeDuno is out there, but he worked 4 innings in relief of last night's game. Oviedo and Lukey, is he down in the Rays bullpen? That's what the Rays have left there. DeJesus takes a pitch for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Lukey is now starting to limber up. Oviedo had thrown a couple of times. Pitch is 1-1. Pitch too low. 2-1. DeJesus, pinch hit, entering the game in the 8th, popped to short. It lines this one. It'll be caught by Dozier, the second baseman. All you can do is hit it hard, and that's exactly what DeJesus did.
Yeah, good at bat, solid contact. It's reminiscent of some of the Rays' struggles on offense earlier. Hitting balls hard, line drives, but right at guys.
Yunel Escobar looking for his first hit. He has a sacrifice bunt tonight, 0 for 3, and with the high chopper back to the hill, the throw to first will be in time. Just like that, 2 up, 2 down. It's 5 pitches into the bottom of the 10th.
Number 24, Ryan Hanigan.
Hanigan will try to take a little time getting to the plate. Hanigan singled to lead off the 3rd and scored. Also has a walk tonight. Takes a big cut right there. He said, hey, how about ending this thing?
Yeah.
Strike 1.
No doubt about it. I don't blame him.
3 home runs this year. Fouls this one back. 0-2 fastball from Fiend at 93. Fiend got Myers to end the 9th inning, leaving the bases loaded. And an 0-2 count. Hit wide. Fiend shooting that outside edge with a fastball, keeping it away. It's pretty close.
Hanigan leaning out there, getting a good look at it too.
Did he go? Yes, he did, says plate umpire Mark Carlson. So the Rays are out 1-2-3 in the 10th inning against Fiend, who picks up a strikeout along the way. And here's that attempt at a check swing. We're going to go into the 11th. Still tied. wild side. Rays and the Twins move on to the 11th inning. It's a 4-4 ball game. And for the Rays, Josh Lukey comes on, the 7th Rays pitcher of this game.
Well, he is on for the 10th time, 10 in the 3rd innings.
Chris Herman, the right fielder, will be the first man to face Josh Lukey. Lukey's first pitch to Herman is a strike. Fastball to 93. Eduardo Escobar next, and Sam Fuld due to hit third. He worked in the extra inning game against the Yankees on Sunday. A 1-1 count. Trying to catch up. Fastball in at 94. It's 1-2.
Big count here, 1-2, 2-1, and a good fastball there by Lukey. Well located. Gets it by Herman.
Herman hits a fly ball the other way to Jesus and left there to catch it. One out here in the 11th.
You know, what you wonder when this ball game is over, and talking to Joe Madden, what he's thinking as far as the bullpen goes, because we saw Juan Carlos Oviedo up a couple of times.
He was up twice.
Yeah, and Joe in those instances has a guy up, likes to get him in there, but he sets Oviedo down, now comes in with Lukey. Well, late change of plans for the Rays.
Here's Eduardo Escobar. Strike at the knees. Escobar with a run batted in on a fly ball in the 4th. Foul back, out of play it goes. Rizzi pitched 3 1/3 innings, gave up 4 runs, 5 hits. The bullpen has been very good again for the Rays tonight. One ball, 2 strikes.
Well, they've given him a chance.
Yes,
that's all you can ask for. And that just speaks to the quality of that bullpen. One arm after the other going out there and getting the job done. Lukey really close here.
Escobar stays alive, fouling that one off to the left. Off speed with the split. It's Glenn Perkins, the Minnesota closer. Just light tossing last inning and is limbering right now. Base hit through the hole on the right side. Escobar quickly around first, digging for two, and he's in there with a double. And boy, did he take off right from the very get-go out of the batter's box for 2 bases.
You know what? That was the same look as the Sam Folded bat. Once again, James Loney, and they've got him playing right on that line. That leaves that wide open hole. He punches it through, but he is flying out of the box. And Will Myers going over to get that ball. That ball to flip it in, see where Loney's playing. Got to run a long way for it. Escobar's hustling hard. Not going to be able to get it.
And that's a case where if he pulls the ball, because Myers was shaded way toward right center and had to cut to his left, that enabled Escobar really with that kind of hustle to get to second base with no problem. So here's Sam Fuld. Pitch inside. Fuld with 2 hits tonight. 2 for 4. Back over to the Minnesota Twins. Fuld claimed off waivers for the Twins from Oakland. Hitting 200 in Oakland with a home run and 2 triples. He has a single and a double tonight for the Twins. There's the job done by the bullpen tonight. 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 8 strikeouts, and 3 walks.
That's good work. Tremendous work.
That's a strike. 1 and
2. Ball stays true right to the outside corner.
Lukey's 1-2 pitch. Fuld makes contact, extending the at bat, fouling it away. All game in the 11th. Minnesota left a couple of men on in the 8th. They left a man on in the 9th inning when they had first and third, 1 out. The Rays got the double play ball to end that. Rays left the bases loaded in the 9th. And Fuld is out on strikes. Boy, the hard stuff, and then the split, and a good one.
Quick compact arm action, and Lukey really sells it here. And you see Sam just cannot wait back long enough.
Two outs. Escobar is still at second. Now it's Brian Dozier. It's a single and a walk. He was picked off back in the first by Odorizzi. He opened the game with a single. Lukey fires a strike in there. Dozier homered last night, his 6th of the season already. in the dirt, and what a stop right there. Hannigan knew he stopped it somewhere and then scrambled to locate it.
Boy, that is outstanding by Ryan Hannigan, and that is the kind of pitch blocking ability that he brings to this team, earning him a lot of trust with the pitching staff. Look at this thing, difficult out in front of the plate, and everything that he can throw out there to try to get in that ball's way, even using the man in the batter's box. Get Dozier off of him.
Short visit there by Jim Hickey. On 1 to count to Dozier. One and one now on Dozier. Ground ball to short. Escobar is going to make the play, and we're tied still. 4-4 on to the bottom of the 11th.
Bullpen that has afforded them this opportunity to potentially win this game. They have thrown almost 8 innings, given up just 4 hits, no runs, 3 walks, pitched out of some jams, some tight spots, made big pitches when they need to. You think back about the ground ball that Grant Balfour got to get out of an inning. Joel Peralta threw the ball well. That's force play right here. I'll tell you, they have done a yeoman's work tonight. You see right here is the Balfour, his first inning. Chopper here, first and third. That was after an intentional walk to Joe Mauer. He gets it out of that inning. He goes one more. Josh Lukey pitching out of a tight spot, and here we are. Rays with a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 11th.
First pitch to Ben Zobrist in the bottom of the inning is wide. 1 ball and no strikes. Ben with a sacrifice fly to center back in the 6th inning. Drove in the 4th run of the game for the Rays. Lifts this one to the left side and back, foul. The ball will be playable and caught by Pinto. The catcher got over there near the camera well. 1 out in the 11th. Casey Fiend, the right-hander, still on the hill. He is the 6th pitcher of the game for Minnesota. The Rays have utilized 7. And here is Desmond Jennings. That's a strike on the outside corner. 3-hit night, 3 hits and a walk for Desmond. His average over 300 on the year now. A little bit wide, 1-1. Each team with 9 hits. Desmond fouls that one, getting a little bit of the catcher Pinto on the process. Rays 4 runs, 9 hits, an error. They've left 9, the Twins. And the Rays 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors. And they have stranded 11. Feed had a very quick 10th inning. Got the final out in the 9th on 1 pitch. Foul ball. Jennings fouling the fastball back.
We'd like to get Jennings on base one more time. He has been all over those base paths, couple of steals, always the threat of a steal. Whether he goes or not, he forces the pitcher to have to deal with him out there. That, in turn, theoretically opens up better pitches for the guys behind him. That'd be a good time for that.
One-two pitch again. It's pulled foul outside the third base bag. Jesus, a late entry into this game after a good night at the plate last night. Jennings go. He checked. It's Ted Barrett down at first on the call. The count moves out to 2-2.
Good call. Good hold.
High fly ball, right field. Herman settles under this one. 2 up, 2 down in the 11th. It is going to be Sean Rodriguez. Sean pinch hit in the 9th inning and singled, had a great at bat and singled when the Rays eventually loaded the bases. So Sean gets his first look at Casey Fiend. Cut and a miss. Strike one. Casey on the mound and Sean in the batter's box. Should be St. Patrick's Day. Well, working out exactly like that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good cut by Sean Rodriguez, who was trying to end it. Saw that fastball. See him trying to lift that pitch.
I like what he's thinking.
And a cut and a miss. Fastball again. Rays are out 1, 2, 3. On to the 12th.
11:36 right now, guys, so we still have our website Wednesday questions, 24 minutes worth at least, until we get to midnight. One of the fans asked us about the Rays' first themed road trip. It's actually coming up tomorrow. It's Express Yourself with a Hat. I haven't packed yet, but one thing I do have ready just in case we get back on Cinco de Mayo, guys. So I'm expressing myself early with this little sombrero. How do you like it?
That'll be a good look for the whole trip.
I might wear it, every city. Let me tighten it up here. All right. Good luck. Good luck at the 12.
It's good in case it rains in Chicago,
There's
Boston,
nothing.
or New York.
Yeah, well, there's a good chance.
We go to the 12th. Josh Lukey on the hill to face Joe Mauer. The pitch is in there, a strike. Mauer was intentionally walked in the 9th inning that set up the double play potential. And the Rays got the double play ball to get out of that inning. Chop over the mound. Barehanded pickup, but no throw by Escobar. And Mauer has an infield hit on the chopper.
Well, as soon as that ball cleared Josh Lukey, there was just no play to be made by the Rays infielders. You'll see this just chopped right off the plate. Actually took a weird angle. Gets over Lukey's head. Escobar's got to come too far, and he just decides to eat it.
Trevor Plouffe. It's a ball too low. Plouffe opened the 4-run fourth for Minnesota with a walk and ended it with a pop to short. He scored on Chris Colabello's home run. It's inside. Two and 0. Two balls and a strike. Rays have utilized Jake Odorizzi, who started, Brandon Gomes for an inning and 2/3, Heath Bell for an inning, Jake McGee for an inning, Joel Peralta 1 inning, Grant Balfour for the second straight outing pitched 2 innings. And now Lukey, who worked the 11th, is on to pitch the 12th. Over to first, and Mauer almost just a step off the bag, but surprised by that toss over there by Lukey.
Well, a lot of guys, they'll take short leads over there and figure I'm so close, there's no way that they're going to pay me any mind. And sometimes you catch them napping. Almost happened right there.
Two-1 to Plouffe. It's a chop to third. That is a foul ball.
Oh, what a
How about that
play
by Longoria, realizing that that chopper was going to give him all kinds of problems. Just let it go, and it kicked foul. Heads up is right.
Well, he reads that off the bat. That ball hits in fair territory close to the bag, and he just decides to pull off of it, figuring the play was going to be way too tough. And right here, let it go. I'm telling you something. You know how hard that is for a guy to do and how mentally on the ball you have to be. And it's like, you know, pitchers reaching out with their bare hand. You're just tuned to catch the baseball.
Rookie again to first. This time Maurer standing right on the bag.
He's got a Little League lead going.
So why not try that? Closing in on midnight, you might catch somebody sleeping. 2-2 the count on Plouffe. Full count now. Maurer opened with the infield hit. He's at first. The 3-2 to Plouffe. Line drive into left. That ball's headed to the wall on one hop. Maurer's going to go to third. Into second with a double Plouffe. And suddenly the Minnesota Twins have a major threat in the 12th.
Well, you start to limit your options in a full count. Trevor Plouffe sold out for the fastball, and he got one. Center cut. And he just rakes it down into the corner. And now second and third, nobody.
And the DH, Chris Colabello, will be coming up.
Rays with infield in.
It's a first pitch strike to Colabello. If you're on the left side of the infield, you really have to force yourself to play in with this guy up there.
You see Escobar backing up just a little bit, about halfway. Gives him a little bit more range. But the ball's still going to get to him quickly.
It's a foul ball. 2 strikes.
And you start to think about Maurer's speed down there at third. Yunel's got a strong arm, accurate arm. Give him a few more feet to deal with.
How about this for Colabello? 9 to left, 9 to center, and 8 to right.
You've seen him hit that home run in Cleveland, cold weather, to right field. He's got juice. We've seen that.
A 2-strike count. Foul. The Rays have Jennings shaded toward the right center side of center field. Two strikes still to Colabello here, who steps back after fouling off that last pitch. Fly ball toward the right field line. Myers on the run. It's foul down near the bullpen mound.
Yeah, that's one of those too. Like Evan, do you pull off of it, let it drop foul? You catch it, Maurer's going to tag up and score. Lukey position here to go for that punch out.
Yeah, it's a 2-strike count. Yep. So
maybe
you'd have to make a calculated decision here to let it drop.
Gave it good effort. Tried to get there.
The 0-2 again, ground ball up the middle, through into center. Mauer scores. Booth heads to the plate. He scores, and the Twins take a 6-4 lead as Colabello drives in 2, bouncing it into center.
I'll tell you what, Chris Colabello, we've seen his power, and now we've seen a 2-strike approach. He really cut down on his swing. Just watch him. Just cut down. Played Pepper with the middle of the field.
Colabello with 4 runs batted in this game, and now he'll leave for the pinch runner.
Attention, please. Pinch running for Cuba, number 32, Aaron Hicks.
Aaron Hicks will run for Colabello. And here's Jason Kubel. Nobody out here in the 12th. Kubel takes a big cut, fouling it back for a strike. Kubel singled and scored in the 4th, 1 for 5 with 4 Ks. Fly ball into left. DeJesus makes the catch on it for the first out. And a chopping single by Mauer over the mound
Number 43.
has led to a 2-run 12th inning for Minnesota. Here's the catcher, Pinto.
Well, as you look to the Rays' bottom half of the inning, at least they've got the middle of their lineup coming up. You've got Longoria leading it off. So you're going to send your big boys, and you're going to need them to come through here down 2, and hopefully it stays just at 2.
Osmio Pinto. Pitch is a strike to him.
It's not good when you can hear the echo of the pitch reverberate through the building. This has become an intramural game.
That means it's getting late.
Yes. May have some boys sleep in the clubhouse tonight.
An early game tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike. So 1:10 first pitch tomorrow.
Yeah. Show and go for everybody, including us. See you about 12:30.
That's when the pregame is on. Covered up by Hannigan. 2 balls and a strike. Well, these long extra inning games, a challenge for everyone out there, but if you're the catcher, boy, you know that you put in a good day, good night's work. Hannigan's still at it back there.
Still active.
It's out of play the other way.
Really like how demonstrative he's become behind the plate with certain pitchers. We talked about it the other night with Chris Archer and how they were working together. You got a couple of catchers here for the Rays that have a pretty good idea on how to call a game, frame pitches, stuff that is becoming more and more valuable, more information that is out there about the work that they do. The Rays have 2 of the best in the game.
Pinto sends a fly ball into left. Jesus is there for this one. So 2 outs now.
Number 12,
Chris Herman, who's been on 3 times with 2 hits and a walk, is the hitter. Takes a big rip at the fastball from Lukey. Strike 1.
Is it me, or is this Chris Herman's 12th at bat tonight? Every time I look down, this guy's hitting.
He's almost turned his season around. He was 1 for 12, hitting .083 when he came into this game. The average is 188 right now. Better than 100 points. 1-1. Twins have out hit the Rays 12-9. It's a 2-run game here in the 12th inning. Hicks takes off, and Herman lifts it into left center. Jennings makes the catch, and that'll retire the side on 3 fly balls, but not before Chris Colabello's base hit up the middle scored Joe Mauer and Trevor Plouffe to give the Twins a 6-4 lead going into the bottom of the 12th. Retired them all, and now Glenn Perkins, 3 of 4 in save opportunities, comes on, and the Rays will have Evan Longoria to lead it off. Pitch in there, a strike to Evan. Singled in a run in the 5th inning.
Glenn Perkins 36 out of 40 last year in saves, 3 out of 4 this year. Not the Rays. What you need more than anything right now is a base runner. Get yourself a base runner and give yourself a chance for one swing and get you right back in this thing.
Pitch in on Longoria, pops him up. And Escobar, shortstop, handles that. One away. Colabello
First baseman
with 4 runs batted in tonight. The Twins have scored 9 runs in the series. He has driven in 6 of them. And then the DH lifted for a runner in the top of the 12th. Now James Loney, a roller to the left side. Plouffe makes this play to first. So 2 quick outs against Perkins in the 12th.
Right fielder, number 9, Will Myers.
Will Myers, final hope for the Rays here to try to keep this thing alive. Will has a walk and a single and scored a run. Perkins' first pitch is a strike. Each team utilizing 7 pitchers in this game. And a 2-strike count right now. Went after that one and is out on strikes. This game is over. Perkins retires the Rays in order. It's a 6-4 final in 12.